Hello and thank you for joining us again for another episode of Kidnapped Hearts, the weekly TV show brought to you by the International Criminal Court Against Child Kidnapping. We are committed to bringing you the ugly truth about the corrupted family court systems and heinous crimes against children, which the government continues to turn a blind eye to. Today, we have an episode you need to pay attention to, especially if you're a parent in Great Britain or know of anyone who is. In our last episode, Dark Secret, Medical Kidnapping in the United Kingdom, we touched on medical kidnapping and the financial profit that is made by removing children from their parents' care. If you've not already seen that episode, then we strongly recommend that you do. This week, we'll be following on in that vein in our examination of the British care system. But before we go any further, as a disclaimer, we must stress that this episode is not about breaking the law or doing anything illegal. And even though not all officials are crooked, that doesn't mean that you should let your guard down. Nor are we lambasting the foster parents who open their homes to these children, as a lot of them are good people. Furthermore, whatever we say here should also not be viewed as legal advice. If in doubt, it's always recommended to speak to your lawyer. And if you do need legal help, you are welcome to contact our office, where we can give you further advice. The United Kingdom is the only country in Europe which enforces what is called forced adoption. As its name suggests, it is a removal of children from their home without, oftentimes, against their family's wishes. The government of the United Kingdom states that children are only removed and adopted out without parental consent when it is in the child's best interest to do so, and when nothing else will do. There is a legal process that must be followed, and the decision ultimately rests with a judge who must decide the evidence against the parent on the balance of probabilities. Section 31 of the Children Act 1989 requires that children only be removed from their parents if they have suffered or are at risk of suffering significant harm. Critics have objected that the term risk of significant harm is undefined, giving social workers too much leeway to remove children. Julie Haynes of the pressure group Justice for Families stated in 2012 that Parliament has given the courts free rein to define the term significant harm within case law authorities and is not deemed it necessary to provide a definitive meaning within the Children Act 1989. There is no checklist of harm, no clues as to what the courts could be looking for. In a nutshell, what this means is that the child away from their parents if they feel that the parents might do something harmful to the child in the future. That's right. The British government seems to have taken up roles as psychics who can make predictions about bad things that might happen to any child at any given moment. And believe it or not, this is one of the more common reasons given to British parents who have unfairly and unjustly lost their child to the foster system with no actual evidence. So basically, children are being removed from loving families for something that has not even happened, or may not even happen. Does that sound preposterous to you? Well, it should, because it is a corrupted, ice-cold and brutal child-snatching system that is tearing families apart for money and substantial profit. When these children are forcibly removed from their homes, the families often have no control over the situation, or even their children's whereabouts. They don't know where their children may be going, what sort of people they'll be given to, or even if they'll have any hope of ever being reunited with their children. It is shocking that forced adoption is even still legal in the UK when it is not in the rest of Europe. Even worse, children are sometimes removed forcefully by the police in a way that leaves them frightened and traumatized. There are many stories of women who have had their babies snatched from them as soon as they've given birth. These helpless women never even get the opportunity to hug or breastfeed their babies before their child is stolen from them. The argument is often that the woman may be unable to cope with raising a child, or perhaps she's been labelled as having mental issues because she may have had anxiety or depression in the past. And as unreasonable as it is, women have even lost their children because they suffered from postnatal child, and in worse cases, some have even been known to take their own lives. Channel 4, a British TV station, did an investigation which revealed a secret underground network that started to help these desperate parents flee from social services in the UK. We must stress that we do not condone any activity that may be seen as illegal, but we are simply drawing reference to this situation to highlight how desperate and tragic these cases have become, where parents are forced to consider such extreme measures. Channel 4 spoke to one such couple who ran the risk of having their baby removed after the pregnant mother gave birth. The charge levelled against the parents we spoke to was not physical or sexual abuse, but emotional abuse or the risk of future emotional neglect or abuse. They stated the charge that they cannot defend themselves against. We met one British couple, Julie and Andy, not their real names, hiding out in a southern European country. The network helped them flee from the UK earlier this year when they discovered she was pregnant. They are now a couple in hiding. Like many parents we met, their argument was that they were not given a fair hearing by a system that was too quick to remove children. Their child was removed at birth because the mother, who suffered prenatal depression during her pregnancy, and the father were assessed as posing a risk of future emotional neglect. According to the couple, the local authority just pressed the nuclear button. Talking about their daughter being placed in care, they told Channel 4 News, "We hadn't hurt her. We were punished for something that we hadn't done." While they accept the need for action in some cases, they insist that parents can be accused of something that is impossible to defend themselves against. We recognise that the child protection system is important, but you can be convicted of the potentiality of causing harm or neglect. They are now in hiding. Once you've lost one, you have no chance at all. After our experiences of our first child, we have absolutely no confidence at all in the system. As horrific as it may sound, the reality is that an underground network like this would not be able to exist if there was not a need for it by desperate parents who do not get a fair trial, or are too scared of a government that continues to fail them when they've done nothing wrong.
Why do they constantly say, oh, the system is broken, the government has failed them? Government hasn't failed them. Name one politician in Britain that has ever had his child taken away from him. Just name one politician, just one. Name one doctor, name one rich person, one elite, name anybody. None of them. Fuck off. The system isn't broken, the system is designed for it. They want you to do these things to you and they want you to take your life as a result. Guess what? You taking your life, you've gone now, innit? You can't, your kids gone exactly where they want it. Now they get to abuse the children. Because they pick who them kids going. Child, organ sale, human sale. These are all things that make money. So you have parents, you have rich people out there who can't have kids. Guess what? They come and take your kids as a baby. They're going to sell it to fucking them, innit? You don't know that that child's sold. It's simple as that, innit? Name one politician in the history of Britain who has ever lost his child. Yeah? I mean, name one politician in Britain that has ever lost his child. Name one rich person in England and government who has ever lost their child. Police lose their kids. But then police are fucking fools. They deserve it because they supported it until it got to until it started knocking on their door, innit? Then they start crying about it. Innit? These are the type of people that we're dealing with. They'll enforce that shit until it knocks at their door. They start crying about the system's broken. The system isn't broken, it's fucking designed that way. The system isn't failing, it's, trust me, it's working exactly how a Bati government wants it to work.
And that other countries will treat parents fighting charges of emotional neglect in an entirely different manner. If you saw the women I have seen whose babies have been snatched from them by truly heartless social workers who've shown no compassion, no sorrow, no pity, no words of consolation, you would think that somebody should do something about it, he says. Why is it happening so much in England and not in France, for example, where I live, or Monaco, where I live, and not in Spain, and not in Italy? It's a very British phenomenon. In fact, it was further
Because Britain supports pedophiles.
pediatricians and psychiatrists
This country has the most pedophiles. Go through the history of pedophilia, they have the most. It's the only country where you find so much police officers or pedophiles. It doesn't happen anywhere else but Britain. So all the pedophiles run and join the government so they can make laws that allow them to do that. Because if your kid just gets taken away from you, you can't identify where this kid is. It's possibly your kid's being fucking raped somewhere. That's why you find out. That's why on social media they don't like the idea of pedophilia being talked about. I mean, they don't like it being talked about.
Those with not enough funds to fight a crooked system. How often do you hear about the upper classes having their children wrongfully removed
Exactly, it doesn't happen.
and put into foster care? We're not saying that it doesn't happen, but
It doesn't happen.
those cases are fewer. Let's take, for instance, the case where a 3-year-old British girl went missing whilst on holiday.
I'm telling everybody now, everyone now, that guess what? Rich people can't have kids because they do some weird stuff to themselves, end up can't having children. Social worker comes, take your children, sell your children, and then the social worker say you can't find out. They've sealed the case. You can't find out where that kid is because your kid is with some fucking rich person. And then guess what? That kid's identity is washed. And you don't know. That kid's somewhere in Nicaragua chilling out in some fucking pedophile house. Bro.
Still kept investing such large sums to find Madeline, and if the McCanns were poor or of lower class, would they have still been allowed to keep their other children with no mending from social services, which incidentally is what happened as none of their other children were removed, nor were they ever questioning about their parenting skills? Or would they perhaps have been charged with neglect for leaving 3 children under the age of 3 to go out with their friends? And as a result, would they have had their other remaining children removed? Sadly, the facts are that those involved in the social services often fall short of doing their job properly.
Yeah.
In an article,
Oh, it's possible. He shoot himself.
and judges who decide to remove children sometimes save lives by doing so. Sometimes they ruin them. That is a grave responsibility. It means that the child protection system should be accountable and transparent. Shockingly,
It can't be accountable because how are they gonna say your child if they can have to tell you about where it is? That's what Britain does. It stops them from. They say your child onto somewhere. Your child might end up in some next country to people who can't have kids because there was this big thing about people buying organs, isn't it? So you can assume that people are buying organs. You can assume if people are buying organs, people are buying children. And they sell them to kids in foreign countries who can afford it. So just like surrogacy, surrogacy is the same thing, isn't it? Surrogacy is the exact same thing. It's the sale of children. So some people sell their body and produce children, and some people just buy the child right out. They'll send them to different countries, and then guess what? That case is so tied up, and you can't find out where that child is because the kid's not in the country. That's why they don't want people to visit their kids. Because if they just do it to you alone, then people will take notice, innit?
But secrecy also protects incompetence and wrongdoing. It should be quite possible to maintain the anonymity of children
That's it, innit?
while also holding the professionals to account.
That's what they're doing, innit? Guess what? They make you can't see your kids because of something you did or didn't do. If you did it, that's a different story. Or if you don't do it, guess what? They're targeting the poor people. If you ain't got the money to fight that case, and if you got 100,000 in the bank, what they're gonna do is delay, call for recesses, call for all sort of shit. Which what it does, yeah, after a period of time is just long out the case until your £100,000 done. Guess what? Your £100 now, lose your kid. The likelihood that you're gonna take your life. And then after you take your life, guess what? Nobody's ever going to look for that kid again, is there? And that's what the idea behind it is. That's what the idea behind it is.
with a propensity for exponential growth. In fact,
So that's what they really want out of the situation. And that's what's really going on. They take your kids, make up so pure lies. That's why the family court is like that. That's why the family court is like that. Because what it does is ties it up so much. It ties it up so much that you can't ties it up so much that you can't get access to seeing your kid. They they burn as much money as they can out of you. And then you take your life, guess what? Who's gonna look for that child? You're gone. Nobody's gonna look for the child. Because that's what it's about. They were selling organs and human trafficking. That's what's really going on. Exactly, that's what's going on. You go into the foster system, guess what? Your parents probably don't even know where you are. Right? You don't have kids. Guess what? They start saying, "Oh, you've been on drugs for such a long time."
Instead, the government is continuing to
I
blame
mean,
those who haven't had the voices or means to fend for themselves. And across the UK, families and lives are being torn apart with no saviour in sight.
I'll beat these guys. I'll tear these guys apart.
This is something that can affect parents and children everywhere, and we need to join in standing up against these injustices. Today on our show, thank you for joining us again for another episode of
It's not injustice. They want you to believe that it's some failed state. They want you to believe it's some failed state. It isn't. It's perfectly designed. They sell your kids to other places. It's human trafficking. It's all about the human trafficking stuff. It's all about the human trafficking stuff. That's what they do, isn't it? It's all about human trafficking. These guys think they're clever. Because you see cases where that parent can't find out where that child is for years and years they're searching. Your child's with some next family that bought your kid, brother, get me? Because imagine you being taken as a baby. Yeah? Imagine you being taken as a baby. You don't know your real parents, fucking do you? They don't know what you're gonna look like, are they? You get me? You get to 18, that family's gonna tell you, oh, your mom died or your dad was some criminal and the police shot him. You won't know what your real family look like. And they're gonna lie to you about your real family, aren't they? They're gonna lie to you about who your real family is and make you believe that they're your family. And then when you start asking too much questions, they chuck you off in hospital. Because if they can't get to take you out, they chuck you off in the hospital, don't they? Ah, trust me. I don't feel like Delta is not my mother, and I'm very sure of it. Like I said, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna destroy this fucking place. It's the last thing I do. Because nobody can tell me so that doesn't make sense. You get taken as a baby from your parents. Who's going to tell you that? Because if the social worker is saying, oh, if the social worker is saying, oh, you can't see that kid again, yeah? You get taken for your mom as a newborn. That parent who takes you and adopts you is going to know that's what happened. Guess what? Their family's never going to let you know that they're not your real parents. No, they're not. They're going to spend forever trying to do it. I mean, that's what it's about, isn't it? That's what they're really doing is selling your kids on. Because like I said, you get taken from your parents as a baby. For you to be taken as a baby, that's a serious allegation, yeah? They're gonna use based on that you get taken from as a baby, guess what happens to you now? That parent will never be allowed to see you again. They won't have the money to go and fight that, because if they had the money in the first place, they wouldn't be looking their direction. I can tell you that from the beginning. They wouldn't be looking in that direction, yeah? So they're not looking in that direction, so they're targeting poor people. You probably come from care or something like that. They take your kid, send your kid off to some place, yeah? That's a baby. That baby won't know any different. And obviously gonna tell the child lie, make that child believe he is somebody that he isn't, go give him a fake life. And the parents that get him are going to be just as bad and lie to the child as well. And God knows what other stuff they can do to that child. They could, all these kids are saying that, oh, their minds are being read and they feel like the government's implanting them. It's fucking possible that the government are taking away babies and implanting them with microchips for fucking real. And then they either give it you back with that child who's a microchip, which microchips in his head. And then that child kill the whole fucking family. And everyone say, oh, he was such a weirdo. Nobody can argue with the logic. It is very possible. Because you get your child back. Name one person in the history of having a child removed who gets that child back and go and do an x-ray immediately. You won't do it. Nobody does it. You know what I mean? Nobody has done that. So my advice to anybody that loses their children is to go and get an x-ray on your child immediately when he comes back. I'm laughing because I don't find it funny. I'm just that type of person. I'd laugh. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that, innit? It's as simple as that, innit? I'm telling you, like, I figured out. I figured out. You know, it took me long to figure that out. I said these babies that are being taken away from their parents in at a young age, the family is going to lie to them. The family is going to lie to them and say that they're their real parents. And you're never going to. That child is never going to take fucking notice until he gets to like 18 and something weird goes on and he's now thinking like, now he's got concerns. Guess what? That's 18 years. Are you going to be able to identify your newborn baby at 18 years old? No, you ain't gonna know that's your kid, bud. You're just gonna know that you had a kid that went missing. Are you going to be able to know what he looked like? No, you're not. You might see him and think he looks similar to my granddad or he looks similar to whoever the child's father is. You'd think that. And the reality is you're never going to know what a child looks like. So I guess that's how they do it, innit? I don't like humans, bro. Human think it's joke. You pussies know where I'm at, innit? I mean, like, either come out or I'll draw you out one way or the other. Innit? I get involved in every little thing that's going on about everything. Trust me, everything. The social service needs to be investigated. They go all over the world in the third world countries talking about stopping human trafficking, really. But they're above suspicion, aren't they? Can you imagine? Like I said, the best way to scam people is to claim that they're the scammers. So i.e. run everywhere else in the world and talk about human trafficking while they're doing human trafficking themselves. As like I say, you just have a newborn baby. Who the fuck is going to be able to identify that child as it gets older? I mean, nobody's going to be able to identify that child. It's simply impossible for you to. So, guess what? You're going to spend the rest of your life never knowing. That child's going to have to look for you. How is he going to look for you if he doesn't even know that he's adopted? He'll never look for you again if he doesn't know. Hence why parents would lie to you. Hence why the parents would obviously lie to the child to ensure that they never get concerned and never go seeking their real mother and father. So what's going to happen? That child's going to live his whole life believing, and plenty of people find out that their parents aren't their real parents. So you can imagine a lot more people would die never knowing the truth. I mean, more people would die never knowing the truth.
children and families, mental health services, people with learning disabilities, and people with physical
And they will tell you I've got all sort of learning difficulties. But who learns faster than me? It took me 5 minutes to come up with that. 5 minutes to come up with something that is very possible. And like I said, this is all my research. No white man, no British man, no European, no American, no Jamaican has the right to use my research. Pay for it if you want it. Or fuck off. You have no right to use this here. And anybody caught using it, I'm gonna murder you, bro. Plain and simple. What are you gonna do about it? Okay. The 16-year-old is being held at Tarford's. You man try to exploit me and then try to assassinate me on top of it. So now I'm gonna give you something to want to assassinate me for. Now I'm gonna give you something that you can use to assassinate. Pay for it or fuck off. It's quite simple. And if you try to take it with by force, then I'll use equal force too. Very sure of that. Like I said, you man are pedophiles. Britain has the most pedophiles in the world. Most. They leave England and go all over the world and go and do pedophilic things to kids. Yeah? Guess what? Why would that parent tell the child? They get the child as a newborn baby. Why would they tell him that they're not really your parents? Why would they? They wouldn't. So because if they tell them you're gonna look for your real parents, innit? You will go and look for your real parents. And the last thing they would want is for you now to go and look for your real parents. That's the last thing. Ironically, they decide that no immediate action is needed. The hospital will hold the patient until Monday. I said, tell them come here with their NHS and stuff in there and see what happens, how it goes down. You man are smarter than me and clearly at a human level. Now I have a reason, a motive why you people would want to fuck with me mentally. Innit? Now I got the motive. Now I got a motive, innit? The EDT role demands experience, and Sam has plenty. She left school at 16 and came into social work through an admin job. I was appointed as a social work assistant, and I also had a very caseload at the time. I worked at the local psychiatric hospital. I also had a few cases where children were on the child protection register as it was at that time. Qualified in 1995. Oh, I'm just giving you pure motives for the British government to assassinate me. Come on, bad boy. I've never met somebody like me. You realize it? I'm gonna get you out of the shadows. This is the last thing I do. Delta is not my mother, and I'm very sure of that. Very sure. I'm one of these very children I'm fucking on about that was taken from his parents at a very young age. And I was lied to all my life to believe these people were my parents. And now questions are being asked. They're trying to get me placed in hospital. Now they're trying to get me placed in hospital. And they still lost that. They're still lost. I think it's fair to say that we all feel fairly confident in doing the job. You have human traffic happens all day. What is a better way to human traffic someone? Take them away from their parents, make false allegations, push it through Britain's secret family courts, then put a seal on her and say, oh, you're so dangerous, you can never know where that child is. They then change the child's name and identity. You ain't gonna ever identify. You will walk past your son every fucking day for the next 1,000 years and never realize that's your son. He would never know that you're his mom. Because guess what? If the parents that adopt them don't say where you're adopted, you'll never come and search for you people. If they say they're your parents, they had you, they create all these little, guess what? They have you from a child, so they can take pictures of you as a baby with that woman that they are claiming is your mom. And yeah, they can then take pictures from you from that baby as a mom. And then guess what happens next? They're gonna show you all these baby pictures of when she had you in that hospital, and it's all a lie. It's gonna be a fucking lie. And I'm definitely one of these kids. I'm definitely 100%. Because what happens is if you somehow figure it out, if you somehow figure it out, yeah, what they do is put you in hospital. Because but guess what? That parent does not want to be outed after all them years of lies they've told, innit? They wouldn't want to be outed. So they're gonna help them to put you in hospital, if not worse. They know that that parents will take their own lives if certain things go against them. So if guess what? They get you to take your own life, what happens next? Who's gonna come and look for you? I mean, but 9 times out of 10, women kinda are basically single moms, innit? Most times, innit? So what am I saying now? Yeah. So especially a mom that's a single parent, she has it worse, isn't it? She has it fucking worse. She's gonna have it worse because the father don't know about the child. Things go against her. She end up taking her own life. Nobody's gonna look for you now. Then who's gonna tell you that your parents is not your parents? I mean, who's going to tell you? Nobody's going to tell you, are they? I didn't need nobody to tell me. I figured it out on my own. I mean, this team of theirs was going around spreading rumors around England about me. That is exactly what's going on. Delta isn't my real mom. Social service had some involvement in my life as a child, and then they sent me to this they sent me to Jamaica and brought me back here now. That's why they don't want to arrest me. Because if they arrest me, how they gonna deport me? Where the fuck they gonna deport me back to? Where they gonna deport me back to? Because I'm saying that this woman is not my mum. Yeah? She can't produce a birth certificate. She can't produce any documents to say that she is my mum. She can't produce any pictures of me between birth and 6, 7, or 8. The first picture I took as a child, I took the picture on a step in an office that she worked. Christina was around 4 or 5 years old. That's the first picture I remember ever taking in my entire life. So I keep asking her for pictures that were taken before that point. Yeah, I keep asking her for pictures that were taken before that point. She cannot produce them. Yeah, she cannot produce it. She cannot produce any picture before the ages of 6. Which is very strange, isn't it? Like somebody's your mom, you're telling me she can't produce fucking pictures, but she can't produce the birth certificate, she can't produce the picture. She's not my mom. I'm no fool. That's why she's supporting what the British government is doing because if she don't support it, then she goes to prison for child abuse and human trafficking. They have no choice but to not bring it into court. They have no fucking choice. Because I keep doing things to ensure they take it to court and they're refusing 100%. You know what I mean? Like I'm willing to sound paranoid and talk shit. I'm willing to do that. And I'm willing to sound paranoid and talk shit, yeah, for them to prove me wrong, innit? They have to prove it wrong, and then good luck, innit? Wife can't produce any pictures between the day I was born up until the first picture I remember taking was we was in an office that our job was called Mutual Life at that time. They changed it to when I got to high school. They changed it to what they call Guardian Life, and it was an insurance company that deals in fucking life insurance. Yeah, so this bitch worked at a life insurance company. It was called Mutual Life first, then they changed it to Guardian Life. Yeah, they changed it to Guardian Life at that point. Yeah. So let the social service come here with the police because they still have to answer these questions. They still have to answer who the fuck is Delta. I mean, guess what? They're gonna try not to say anything, and then I've got all reason to believe what and confirm what I am. Because in Britain you have what you call the right to ask and the right to know. Yeah? You got the right to ask and the right to know. So if somebody is stopping me from having the right to know, if somebody is stopping me from having the right to know, only one logical conclusion can come from that. Is that they have something that they're hiding and they don't want you to know. So I am under no delusion or illusions that basically what they're doing is telling people that how I'm a liar. I've got a history of lying. I'm making up that I'm from Jamaica. I know I'm in no doubt that they're saying that. The problem is that how they gonna win that? How are they gonna win that? I am no different to what you call a drone. I can give you maps out from places from over 10, 15 miles fucking long, yeah, of places I lived and done shit in Jamaica, and it would look exactly like how I say, just from memory. I don't need to look at pictures, nothing. I can tell it all from memory. So obviously they're lying. They can't take it to court because in that courtroom, your real name is going to have to be divulged. Your parents, because for them to identify that they have the right person in the courtroom, your full date of birth and identity has to be revealed. I.e., even your mom and father needs to be revealed. Yeah, in certain circumstances. So they can't take it to court because all these things are going to come out. And then I was certainly led that to believe that Delta was my mom. So no wonder they're out there telling lies, saying that I'm the liar. They're the liars, but they keep coming into my house for some reason. As soon as I leave the house, they turn up, searching my house. I don't know what they're searching for. I don't know what they're searching for in this house, but they certainly haven't found fuck all. So they're obviously not searching for anything because they keep coming in. What they're doing is trying to make me mentally fragile. What they're trying to do is make me mentally fragile. Because if I'm mentally fragile, guess what? You can't stand court. You can't go into a courtroom. And we all know that's the case. They're making it out like I'm some danger to British people and their children. And it's really a massive cover up for what is really going on. Because once the story breaks, everybody else is going to realize what was going on the whole time, isn't it? I say, I know everything. And even if I'm wrong, even if I know everything I need to know about the system, but I know everything that can be done and probably is being done. Because if it's possible and I figured it out, then if it's possible and I figured it out, that means somebody's doing it. I don't reveal half of the things I know, and I just reveal little snippets. So I'm giving them motives, so anything goes on, they've got motives, innit? Now, what would you do if you feared social services? Now, what would you do if you feared social services were going to take away your child? For some families, the answer is to leave everything behind and just flee abroad, even living on the run. Investigation by this program has uncovered networks of sympathizers who are providing advice, shelter, and sometimes money to help these families flee the country, taking their children with them. Our social affairs editor, Jackie Wong, reports. We are in the middle of packing because the social services caught up with us. They are families turned fugitives. Come on, we need to get dressed so we can go. Running from the authorities. And this is so cold and just run, taking desperate measures to keep the children social services want to take away. To get back to the UK social services or how about we were punished for something that we haven't done. This baby is just 10 weeks old and has been on the run her whole life. She's not alone. We've discovered across Europe there are scores of British children living as fugitives. In all the cases we've seen, the issue is not of physical harm, but of potential emotional abuse or neglect. A serious charge, and one that parents say is almost impossible to fight. So they choose instead
to flee. There have always been parents who fled the country with their children to escape social services. What's new are the networks of people actually helping them to flee in increasing numbers. But is it ever in the best interest of the children, or is it potentially putting them at risk?
It's a scam. It's human trafficking.
This footage was filmed by a British mother in hiding in the
Like I say, if you get taken from your parents as a baby, are you going to know that that's not your real parents that you've been given to? Because they will seal them court documents, change that child's name. You can never find that child because of the situation. That child can be now put into pedophile abusive ring.
There are no current proceedings against her, but she's convinced they will try to take the children. You've got 10 minutes. Come on. They squeeze into the family car and race off, not sure where to. Kids are bored. And believe it or not, I really question whether we've done the right thing. But I couldn't stand and wait. That family is not unique. And Ireland seems to be the first port of call for many of these families who are fighting to keep their children. We've come to County Cavan, just south of the Irish border. We've been told that in the past 6 months alone, 7 families on the run from social services in England have passed through here.
I could say how many people grow up and find out that their parents aren't really their parents and that family lied to them. It's because they've been taken as babies. Social service, child protective service all over the world take them as babies and give them to some God knows person, change their name. They are given the family's name. They grow up believing that they are a part of that family. And a lot of times they get abused there, just the same. And because guess what? People treat kids that are not there different from their own, don't they? So you have a lot of people who take too much drugs, contraception, all of this stuff, and then they end up can't having children. They end up can't having children for real. And then what do? They adopt kids, isn't it? Obviously, because of contraception, plenty of people can't have kids. So there's a demand for kids. There is a demand for kids. So guess what? They're supplying it through the social service. One kids are probably going for 100,000 a go, man. The better looking they think that kid's gonna be, the smarter they think that child's gonna be, the more athletic, the more expensive it is.
I knew I had to get him and get to the boat straight away. There couldn't be any time elapsed. So I knew if I got caught, that I would be probably done for kidnap. Mandy actually put her son into care voluntarily after suffering a breakdown. But after struggling to win him back, she said she had no choice but to run. There will be a lot of people who are horrified, who say on the pure basis that you snatched your child away from foster care, that you're not fit to be a parent. Social services have been involved and are still involved.
Hey,
They didn't just let
stop buying the wire.
they're not idiots over here. They do act, but it's the way they act that it's completely different. So they took him, they completed their own assessments and decided what was in my son's best interest. And in the end, Irish Social Services decided Mandy, who's since had another baby, will keep both her children.
I say they don't want to lock me up because Delta would be drawn and an investigation would be done against her and the whole thing would be released. I'm not stupid. I realize exactly what's going on. Trust me, I know exactly what's going on now.
Think about it and satisfy your sister's papers on the surface. You're 100% safe there, okay? Ian Josephs is not a lawyer nor a social worker, but he has money, and with that, the power to change the lives of vulnerable families. I haven't know Bill Gates, but I do pay for pregnant women to escape the country. I get 2 or 3 new calls every single day, practically. That doesn't sound too many, but if you multiply it by 365, it comes to quite a lot. I tell people escape while you have time. An unshakable belief that
There's no need to escape. Put a tracker in you. When they're gonna take your kids, put a fucking tracker in the minute. So you can always find your kid in it. We do it to dogs, why not? I mean, because like I said, you get your baby taken away at birth, are you going to be able to identify that child? No. Nobody knows where that child is. Because if they take your child at birth, trust me, they are saying that you're extremely dangerous and they intend on keeping you away from that child for as long as humanly possible. After the child becomes 18, it legally can come and see you if it wants. Yeah? How are they going to stop that from happening? Is by telling the child that whoever adopts them is their real parents. And nobody can argue that that actually happens. Adoptive parents tell people that they're real parents. So basically, they're claiming that you are dangerous. They're claiming that, oh, future neglect and future abuse, but give you to somebody who's going to lie to you or your life about who you are and that they're not your real parents. Yeah? Isn't that not future neglect and future abuse? So they give it to people who the fuck is going to do exactly what they're accusing you of doing. They're gonna give it to somebody that's gonna pretty much do the exact thing they accuse you of. Lie to you. Isn't lying to somebody about who they are abuse? Is it not psychological abuse, mental abuse? It is abuse, it cannot be denied. So that's why this happens in Britain. It's so that they can sell your kids on human trafficking. And even worse, they sell you to pedophiles. Because we are quite aware that quite a lot of powerful people, Jimmy Savile, police officers, they're constantly being done for and caught for pedophilia. And the only time they're done for it, guess when? Is when everybody knew it was going on. Britain supports pedophilia. Britain does support pedophilia. People keep saying, oh, the system's failed, the system's broken. No, the system is designed. Somebody created that law that allows that to happen. It's by design, it's not failing, it's exactly what they want. Because guess what? They sell your kid to some person with money who is desperate for a child. People are so desperate for children, people steal children. So if somebody will steal your child and kidnap your child, what do you think they're doing? They're trying to sell it to somebody. So they're trying to fucking sell it to someone. So if someone is willing to steal your child, then so guess what? The NHS, the social service, technically can just take your child and put the judge will put seal on it and order that child's name to be changed, and you'll never be allowed to know where that child is. It's the same fucking thing as going on and stealing a child. Yeah? It's the same tactic. And people steal children that because they can't have children themselves. People steal children, so you can imagine that people would definitely pay for children, 100%. People would definitely pay for it.
We are assisting people who fled an unjust and improper judicial process. But is that right? Well, that's a matter for people to decide. The question is whether the system is working properly. In such complex cases, we can't know the rights or wrongs. But while parents feel fleeing is the only option, at best, the children involved face a life permanently on the run, or at worst, a life with little or no protection.
Guess what? You now grow up in the care system, you don't get adopted, you grow up in the care system. Guess what you're doing next? Now you're having mental problems. Guess where you go now? Now you get farmed into the NHS mental health service. Now what you're doing now? Now you're being force fed medication. Guess what? Who gets paid when the NHS pay all this money? You know what I mean? Who gets paid? So the government don't just give you free medicine and free this and free that. Somebody's making money out of it. So trust me, it's a pipeline. Just like marijuana is a pipeline to cocaine, um, social services is a pipeline to fucking mental health problems. pharmaceutical drugs, illegal drugs, and human trafficking, and the sale of children. So y'all want to talk about pipeline pussy? You man fuck with somebody that's all illegal. I messed around with somebody that's all illegal. And now you've got motive. So anything goes on, you got motive. And I'm still hunting for you regardless. Problem you just have motive now. So you're in the disadvantage seat, mate. So tell Delta it's game, innit? Because no matter what happens, can you man ever take this into a courtroom? Never. Not in your million years you could put this into a courtroom. I'm very, very sure I'll never see a court in my life. Very positive about that. So keep fucking around because I will find you. I will find you, pussy. I will find you for what you have done, bro. You man messed around with somebody and somebody's life. And you ain't getting away from that. I mean, you man, worst nightmare around here, bro. That's my life that you man have done that. And I take you very personal, but you don't get no more personal than this. This is why instead of going out and drinking and enjoying my life and making something of my life like everybody else, all I got to do is fucking sat here worrying about figuring out how corruption works and figuring out conspiracies. I am a conspiracy theorist, yeah, right? There couldn't be any right. There couldn't be any more right than that. I am indeed a conspiracy theorist. Very good one as well. Gears is nasty. Yo, Gears is outrageous, man. I do like them players that fucking disappear all over the screen all the time. It's hard to keep track of, it. Now look at that shit, brother. It's crazy. Look at this shit, blood. Yo, that's crazy, man. That's outrageous.
Annie is a social worker in Bristol. She has a particular responsibility for protecting unborn
That
children.
fucking burger.
She's going to see.
I just bought a bird, bought a parrot, and the cage doesn't come to tomorrow, so he's just running wild in the house. I don't know where he is. Stop buying it. I don't get the cage till tomorrow, so he's fucking running wild in the house, and he keeps flying into the walls and everything. It's like it's proper avoiding me, and because somebody else had it. Innit? Look at this, bro. Look at this guy. This guy is crazy. Look at this shit now. Fuck, did it? Yeah, I guess that's it. That's crazy. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this. Look at this. You got the longest one out of them all, isn't it? My turn. I'm gonna write stuff down so that I get all the names and everything. I said these people think they're clever, dude. And I'm obviously more smart than a lot of you, yeah. Because whether you're hiding it or you weren't aware, I'm the best at this, yeah. You were right. I am a conspiracy theorist. I'll fuck it up for everybody, bro. I promise you, man. So I'm very sure what I'm saying has happened at some point. Very sure, because many a kids get taken away as babies, and their documents and records are sealed, and their parents can never find them because they've changed their name. And I say you hit 18, if you don't know that your mom is not, and dad is not your real mom and dad, are you going to look for them? No. So they're going to take you away from your biological mom and say, oh, we fear that future neglect and abuse might take place. We fear that future neglect and abuse might fucking take place. Yeah? But then they're gonna give it to somebody who's going to lie to you that they're your real parents when they actually aren't. You know what I mean? Isn't that not future neglect and abuse? So you can imagine how many people would grow up believing, not knowing that their parents aren't really their parents. Yeah, look at this guy. I need to get a corner. So you can imagine how many people, social services all over the world, would have taken them away from their parents, put them up for adoption, and then parents won't fucking tell that child that they were adopted, and that child would live their whole lives as a fucking library and die never knowing the truth that these people. Because if you don't know, unless something drastically happens, hey, get away from me. Unless, unless something, unless I've got to remove everything from this fucking bed. Unless something drastically happens where you start questioning your whole life and reality, would you fucking ever think that, oh, your mom isn't really your mom? Well, I guess a lot of people will be like, oh, mom, why don't I look like that? But people grow their whole life believing people are their father. That can never happen to a biological mom. But fathers do find themselves in positions where they thought this child was theirs, and they get to 30 years old, and that child find out at 30 that that wasn't his real dad the whole time. So the mom lied the whole fucking time, yeah? So that does happen. So you can imagine somebody adopting you as a baby. It can only make sense that they would lie to you the whole time just the same. So many people probably would have died never knowing the truth. And you start asking questions, guess what? That mom is going to be scared. That dad's going to be scared that you might hurt them. And they run to social service and tell them that basically this. And social service and the police all come down on you and try to have you placed in hospital to discredit your story. But they can't discredit this story because women do, men have kids and don't know that that kid isn't theirs biologically. 30 years later, they'll find it out, and then problems happen. So you can see if a baby was adopted through social services, they would lie to him the whole time. Hey, this fucking bear's gonna tear this whole place apart. Look at this shit now. Look at this guy. Eh? Yeah, so you can see that that would happen, and it does make sense that it does happen. And how do you prove that? Eh? Because unless some existential crisis happens in your life where you realize that, wait, the biological response of a biological mom to you is not there. You get me? It isn't happening. Because that's what happened to me. I realized that my mother wasn't behaving like how scientists and psychologists from this great nation called Britain says that moms behave. So she behaves like somebody that has PTSD. And is that what it's called? Post traumatic stress? Um, Prenatal stress, yeah. So she's behaving like a mom with prenatal stress. Stress. I'm 33 years old. There's no way prenatal stress lasts that long. So that's clearly not what's going on. Because when women have prenatal stress, sometimes they don't feel love towards the child for a minute, innit? And eventually it goes away, innit? The body starts regulating again normal, and they come back to normal. But 33 years later, this woman is still behaving like that. So obviously she isn't my mom. Because you couldn't be suffering from that at this point. So, like I say, if I find out that anybody's put any restraining order against me, I'm gonna break that restraining order. Trust me, because I was duly not informed. So, because I'm not informed, nobody has told me anything. I'm gonna start lurking around some people's houses just to see what they're gonna come and say. Just to see if the police turn up and say, "Oh, what are you doing here?" I said, "What does it matter what I'm doing here? Is there any legal reason I should not be here?" And I guess that will make the story come out because otherwise they'll have to ignore me being there. Because not that I could take it to court. So even if there's some restraining order against me, it still wouldn't work out for you because I was not informed. And because you'd have to have a reason to give somebody a restraining order. And I'm very sure, I ensure that there was no legitimate reason that that could be done. Because I know about you little cunts. I know what you people are like. So I ensured avoiding any situation where that could be an issue. So you want to try to trick me, oh, you're not a gangster, you're a pussy. You're right. I'm something worse. You better have much right. I'm something worse. You know what I mean? If you man think gangsters are your biggest problem in this country, you're something else. And that you're not clearly not aware of. People like me. You man are led to believe you're the smartest man and detectives, oh, criminals like to think they can outsmart the police. No, the police like to think they could outsmart me. And they failed them miserably. The level of failure on human part here. So social service can covertly medicate, get you covertly medicated as well. And tell lies because guess what? The police, the NHS, they're not gonna come and tell you and that this is what's being said about you. So they can get them to covertly medicate you behind closed doors without you even know. I say I'm willing to say what I'm saying. Not wrong, alright. I still figured out quite a lot of shit. I'm sure somebody out there don't want to be figured out. And if they do something about it, you man get the blame. Dickheads. The man attacked. You man get the blame for it anyway, so it's up to you man. Somebody out there is gonna know that what I'm saying is so true. Plenty of families who have lied to their adopted kids that they're the real parents. They're not shitting bricks. I'm fucking up for everybody, but just be enough. Me, because I am one of them kids. I am definitely one of them kids who was lied to about where he came from and his origins. People don't have identity crisis for no reason. There's a reason. And usually, when people have identity crisis, they're labeled as mental. It's always a go-to me. Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy. Nobody ever tries to figure out if it's true or not. Because guess what? They already know it's true. That's why they say you're crazy. I got a different batch of fires today. It's like you, man. Just I'm at war with the system, but trust me on that. And anybody out here enforcing the system, trust me, I'm at war with you two, bitch. Without apology. Ah, Raiden, stop that shit, bro. Look at this guy. Raiden is nothing. Absolutely gave that to. So all I can say to you little fools is I'm not here to try and get the sole custody. I want equal custody because I believe children should have both parents. That's my belief. It's not like I wouldn't win. I definitely win. I would win full custody. 100% sure of that. 100% sure. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh man, this is nothing. The girl came out and gave him an arm. Okay, okay, alright. Look at this guy. Look at what I see. Outrageous sexual activities. Yeah. It is like it feels like when people are playing against me. Raiden, fuck yeah, but most this is what people feel like it. No! Oh, right. This is what it feels like. Ah, look. I know, man. Bastard. Yeah, alright. Do you think, man? Come here. Look. Look at this. Look at this kid. Look at wife. See heaven.
If I had her for any appreciable amount of time, then I would make sure that her caloric intake was extremely low. That would not be her normal diet. In the little bit of time that I have with her, I don't have the opportunity to do much teaching. All we have really is to be with each other and enjoy each other's company and go to places.
No. Can't even get closer.
For a brief 8 hours that we have together. So I mean, we're pretty much like hugging each other and hoping
Look at this.
to make the best.
Go, get away, man. mm, fucking, what's it called? Darius. Uh, Darius is not coming for face rating. He's not even using it. He's not even Radiant's not even using his comment. Like the AI is finding it too easy. It doesn't have to use that comment. No. Outrageous. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he does it. Look. Block him. Yeah, it's fucked it.
What should I say after weighing her?
They're telling this guy not to wear his own kid weight. Yeah, so like putting her on a scale and weighing her as in weight. This woman, she is of the bigger side of things. So she obviously wants to semi-obese, yeah? I'm not a fat shame. I'm not fat shaming anybody in it. So let's just make that clear. But this woman, she's a social worker interrogating this guy, and she is overweight herself, yeah? Telling this man that he should not weigh his own daughter and try to get her a healthy body weight when last argue. I don't think that's right. So you see where personal feelings and bias comes into things. But that definitely shouldn't make sense. It's your child. It's your child. Can somebody tell you not to weigh your own child? How is that harming them? I mean, how is that harming your child, isn't it? By weighing them and making sure they're at a healthy body weight for their age. Because what's that thing called BMI? Yeah, that's what BMI is, isn't it? That's what BMI is, isn't it? Your height, age, and body weight calculated up to see if you're at a healthy weight. So this, like I said, not fat shame. She's old. She's a big woman. She does what she wants. But technically, that's his child. How is the social services telling him not to weigh his own child and try to get her to not eat as much unhealthy stuff? That don't make sense to me. That sounds like this woman is using her personal feelings. She feels offended. Yeah, she feels offended because she's overweight. Yeah, she feels overweight and is using her personal feelings and telling him not to tell his child that don't make sense. So you can see the reason why people get their kids taken away. So everybody who works for the social service should be tested every month. I mean, because imagine somebody works for the social services, yeah, and they were abused, their partners cheated on them, blah blah blah. You know, you ring up the social services now yourself, yeah. You get on that phone with some man or woman that was cheated on in his relationship. Yeah, that was cheated on in his relationship, and you now get on the phone to that. You just get lucky and get on the phone to that person. Is that person not going to take your side 100%? And giving that these accusations constantly come out about allegations and people taking away their kids, you can see where somebody who is going through a life crisis, bad divorce, or their partner cheated on them, goes to work that morning and happens to pick up that fucking phone to him or her who is crying that the partner is abusive and they think the child is in danger. You can see where that's going. I ain't ending pretty. You can obviously see where that bitch is going at that point. I mean, you can see where that going. So you know what I mean, there are biases. Biases are happen all the time. Like I say, you work for social services, given that how they say the social service operates. Yeah, given that how they say it operates. Yeah, you can see that people use their biases in them offices and take your kids away. A lot of it is bias. Yeah, they remove your kids just because they're upset in it. Oh, it's like that thing. Oh, you cheat on a girl, she calls a naked girl that you're cheating on, and say, "Oh, woman to woman," and then they start plotting against the guy. You can see how that would happen in police jobs and social. So you can see that would still happen anyway. Because you have a girlfriend, you cheat on her, she now contacts every girl you have ever met in your life, asking questions about you, and now they're plotting against you. You can see where the police would do things like that themselves. You can see where social service would do that as well. Yeah, I mean, you can see where these things go on, innit? I say they can never bring this to court. I destroyed it. That fucking bad me. So I'm watching this thing, yeah. I'm watching this thing, yeah, and this fucking woman is going to sit there and tell this guy that the judge did not order the girl to give any information to the dad about the child. And if why does the judge have to order that? Is it not his kids? So are they not trying to put an end to society by its very definition? Because is this not so this thing that they were talking about, people talking about what's it called? When population reduction. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So they were talking about this population reduction thing. And that people are saying, oh, the earth is overpopulated and it's unsustainable. And that they're working on ways to depopulate. Yeah. So what I'm looking at and thinking here is okay, so a judge is going to tell a judge has to instruct somebody to tell you about your child. A judge has to instruct that because why would she not want to tell you about the child anyway? Why does the judge have to instruct that? So that don't make sense. But you can see why more and more men are not trying to have partners. More and more men are fucking buying blow up dolls and fucking plastic vaginas and turning into the internet. You can see why more and more men are doing these things. It's because you want to have a child with potentially somebody that's going to do that. Because the child automatically stays with the woman. Automatically. Yeah? And then you take them to court, the judge the judge can just don't like you. Like it's as simple as that. Like there's nothing suspicious about it. The judge can just not like you and whatever is on that paper, because he doesn't like you, he just agrees with it and go, all right, you're not allowed to see that child. You can't see this child without supervision, or you should never be allowed to see this child. Just because he doesn't like you, and he will just agree with whatever is on the paper. Because we've seen cases where things have not been proven to be true, but man still get prosecuted. So just what a year or two ago, this guy spent 17 years in prison in England, and yeah, he spent 17 years in prison, and it turned out that he did not commit the crime. So we're in what 2023, 20, what's that? 10 to 10, 13. We're looking at 2008. Yeah, 2008. No, I mean 15. 2006. Yeah, about 17 years ago, whatever. Yeah, and he spent 17 years in prison. I'm very sure DNA and all that was as good as it was then, as good as it is now. It hasn't really changed since the early 2000s. So how did that guy go to prison for 17 years for a rape allegation that he did not commit? Because DNA hasn't advanced any much more than it has in the last I guess 2 decades. I can tell you that it certainly hasn't. So how did he end up in prison for 17 years? You can see that somebody put him in prison, and the judge agreed with it, the prosecution agreed with it, and everybody in that courtroom agreed with it. Just have this man put in prison for a crime he did not commit. So when he would have went to trial, the fucking prosecutor, did he not do a DNA test at the time? Which would have revealed that, oh, you did not commit this offense? Did the prosecutor not do a DNA test at the time to realize that, oh, well, he did not do this? So if he did the DNA test and he said that he didn't do it, then they put him in prison on purpose. It wasn't an accident. If they refuse to do a DNA test, that means they put him in prison on purpose. It wasn't an accident. Because you're supposed to do a DNA test, we got one way or the other. So if you do it and then hide the results, then you were put in prison for 17 years on purpose because some powerful cunt in this country decides that that's what he wants for you. Or they did not do it and broke the, what's it called? And there's a, what, I can't remember what that law is called. So you're looking at judicial misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, and another one. I can't remember what the other one is. Let me find it. So we're looking at judicial misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, and the other one is what's the other one? No, yes, we're looking at judicial misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, and blatant miscarriage of justice. We're looking at all these things. Why are them prosecutors not in prison? Guess what? The law does not allow you to prosecute the prosecutor for doing stuff like that. Guess why the law doesn't allow that? It's because some cunt in these countries, they want to put your client in prison and they just want to make it look even close and hide what they want to hide. Prosecutor is the one who's hiding these evidence. So guess what? If prosecutors get caught doing that, then every one of them would be in prison at some point. The whole fucking prosecution world would be in prison at some point for prosecutorial misconduct, falsifying evidence, miscarriage of justice, and judicial misconduct. Yeah, the whole fucking justice system would be in prison themselves. So you can see why the law is set that way, so that no matter what, they can't be prosecuted for them crimes because it's technically a crime. So you sit in a prison cell for 17 years. They all know you didn't commit that crime. They stand up in that courtroom and they put their suits and tie on and they say, oh, this man, this did this. The timestamp shows this. We have phone records, this. Your phone pinged off this. And then they convince the jury. The prosecutor would have known the whole time that, oh, well, the DNA doesn't match him, so obviously it wasn't him. But they still put him in prison for it. 17 years later, he came out. Why should them prosecutors not be fired and punished for that? Because they had to have known. There's no way they could not have known. Because DNA testing, if you go back over the last 20 years, the last 2 decades, it has not gone any further. Yeah, because what's that little thing? They put in a little petri dish, put it under the stuff, Yeah, he hasn't gone any further. The only thing different now is a computer does it. That's the only fucking difference. Yeah. So it hasn't really changed. So they would have known. So they put him in there on purpose. But the law so happens to say, oh, prosecutors cannot be charged for doing stuff like that. So why would they allow that law to be a thing? They're facilitating some pussy in higher places wanting you in prison as his enemy, putting you in prison, and the prosecutor, doesn't lie to the jury. Guess what? The jury can't be punished because they're only going off of what is being said in that courtroom. Yeah? Where was his lawyer into the DNA testing? You know what I mean? The lawyer that he had. So whether he had a public defender, which it's worse if he paid for that defense himself, because that lawyer should have gone and had the DNA test and realized that it did not match him. That lawyer should have done it. So if he paid for his own DNA test, he should go back and get his money and sue that fucking law firm 100%. If he got a prosecutor, if he got a duty solicitor, as in a paid solicitor or lawyer, that's even worse as well because the government paid that solicitor to not do his job. So he got paid for doing nothing and allowed them to put you in prison to trick the jury, and then that judge imposed a 17-year sentence. And he's going to say, oh, according to the law, I hereby say 17 years to life. What? If he had a duty solicitor, the government pays for the duty solicitor. So you can see why that duty solicitor did not try and get the DNA evidence to prove this man's innocent, which means the government's corrupt, which means somebody wanted him in prison. Because all of a sudden now, 17 years later, they all trump up. Oh, we've realized that you weren't the guy after 17 years. So in prison, you get what you call a review. So every time a review comes around, they basically look over the case. You're telling me, say, how many reviews has this man had in 17 years? And nobody saw that DNA test was wrong? When the jury passed the verdict of guilty, nobody thought, well, we didn't tell them about the DNA test and the discrepancies. So the whole lot of them should go to prison, really. The judge should go to prison, the whole prosecution team, and even the police that fucking did it because somebody hid that evidence. And how many reviews? 17 years? You might be about 5, 6 reviews, however long. So the review team did not notice that well the DNA weren't brought up in there. Well, so 17 years fucking later, they come, oh yeah, we've just realized that the DNA test was wrong. So did that person who found out that the DNA test was wrong and did not and proved that he was innocent, is that person new to the review team? So is that the first time that person has ever been involved in his case? Or was that person involved the whole time? Because why now did you realize it? So you could see it would be somebody new, somebody who just got into that position and is trying to make a name for themselves that would have unearthed that everybody else would have fucking knew what was going on. See, I don't like you, man. The lie. And it don't matter how powerful you, man, are. You see, what you've done there, that will never happen to me, man. Never, not yesterday, not today, not next week. Because the moment any allegation of abuse, I'm gonna say where show the proof, where's the DNA? You have to have all of that. Because you can't prove any sort of assault without DNA. This is modern times. You'll need hair, you'll need saliva, you're gonna need blood under your fingernails, you're gonna need skin cells. I know everything that you need in that bitch blood. So I'll just sit there and watch you, man, say what you have to say, and then I'll ask all of that after. If you can't produce it, any of it, then you're screwed. It's as simple as that. And you're going to have to do that in front of the whole court to say, well, you did exactly get this under my skin, sir. Because anybody can pick up somebody's cigarette butt off the street. Anybody can go into the barbers where you get your hair cut and take up a bit of hair and say this hair was found at the scene. DNA don't even prove cases. DNA is actually a lie. It's a fabrication of evidence, or it can be a fabrication of such. Right? So the DNA test does not actually prove somebody is guilty because you DNA test is random, yeah. So you have spit, you have hair, you have any sort of bodily fluids, skin cells, nails, anything like that is DNA, yeah. So when you look at it from that point, people can get your DNA from anywhere, really, innit? Like man can come and scrub your toilet, yeah, and find DNA from your toilet, obviously bodily fluid and excretions and stuff. Yeah, people can get your hair from anywhere. Yeah, I mean. So when they come and say, "Oh, your DNA was found on the scene," how do they actually prove that that DNA was actually found on the scene? Because why aren't solicitors arguing that? I say, well, how can we 100% prove that you did find DNA on the scene? It's just somebody coming in the court to say it. No, that's it. That's all you're looking at. Someone coming into the court and say, "We found your DNA on the scene." Can anybody prove that that is true? Can the 12 fucking members of the jury prove without a reasonable doubt that that is a true statement? That that actually happened? Or did they just make it up? Because does they bring the crime scene itself into the courtroom and dig that under from under your fingernails? Do they video the whole thing, the process of finding this piece of evidence? No, they fucking don't. They just come and say it. That's all they do. They just come and say it in the courtroom. They do not show the actual finding of the DNA on whatever scene there is. They don't show that. They just come into the court and say your DNA test was evidence was found. So just like how they will lie and say and hide your DNA that absolves you from the crime, they would lie just the same that they found it there just the same because they've got an agenda. I don't. You have never put me in a prison in this country, as not in any country when you think of it. You want probably have to kidnap me and put me in some black site, bro. You never put me through the courts and beat me. Never. I'm simply smarter than you, man. With that. You man would never put me in any courtroom and beat me in any court situation. Not yesterday, not next week, not tomorrow. Never. Impossible. But you certainly ain't using DNA. I certainly ain't using DNA to put me to convict me of nothing, but certainly ain't using it. I know a lot of lawyers are gonna be quite upset about these things, but I don't even care, innit? You know what I mean? I really don't give a shit like that. I know quite a lot of lawyers will be upset that I'm fucking up their profession. My profession was fucked up and nobody cared, so I guess we don't care either. What goes around comes around, innit? I am calm at retribution with a smile. I am calm at retribution with a smile. Because DNA does not prove anything. DNA is just something people say. Yeah, it's actually just something people say. Because who can prove that statement? Because I could just say, "Oh, I found your DNA in my house." I could just say that. And what we're doing, who would decide that that's a lie or not? I mean, who would decide? Who would decide that the finding of the DNA is true or false? Who decides that? It's the police that decide that. Anyway, the prosecutor decides that. So you say, "Oh, I found some blonde guy's hair in my house." They say, "Oh, you're lying." But then you go into court and they say, "Oh, they found Colin Clark's DNA on the scene of a murder." And I say, "Well, you're lying." They say, "Oh, you ain't beating them." That's so funny. But it's true. It's actually true. It's so true. DNA does not prove anything more than paternity. So unless it's a sexual case, DNA don't prove nothing. Because your DNA can get anywhere or anything. People go to pubs. People go to pubs and smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol. Guess what? That's your DNA, mate. And all some cuddles to do is sit there in that pub and wait fucking for you to finish that cig. You toss it in, gone about your business, having a laugh and a joke. Guess what? Man, take up your cigarette buzz and say, "Oh, we found this cigarette at a crime scene." It's as simple as that. That's as simple as how DNA works. I mean, you can be framed by DNA. A lot of people are framed by DNA. A lot. A lot of people are actually framed by DNA. It happens so much. It does happen quite a lot. A lot of people are actually framed by DNA stuff. It's the easiest way to frame people. And you can't trust the system because there's no foolproof way of actually saying somebody's guilty of anything. Unless you fucking see them with your two eyes. So DNA is not credible. It isn't. It's just DNA is circumstantial at its very best. Trust me, at its very best, it's circumstantial because it's just a story, and it's just a story given to you by the prosecutor. Oh, your DNA test was found in. But just like how they hide that the guy's DNA test did not match the crime scene, which proved he could not have committed the crime, they can lie the opposite way and say, "Oh, they found your DNA there." It's the same lie. It's the fucking same lie. And guess what? They decide the lie. They decide that lie regardless, man. So they decide to put the DNA test as evidence. They decide to tell the defense team if the DNA doesn't match. They decide not to tell them because when they decide not to tell them, it's bias. So how can people say the courtroom is not corrupt? It obviously is. Obviously, the whole system is designed. It's not a failed system. It's not a broken system. It's perfectly designed for some people to win and some people to lose. Because how many times do you find rich people being done for anything? Very rare, isn't it? That guy called what's it called? Rupert Murder. Was it not Rupert Murder? This guy killed his family called something murder. Yeah, he was like so he himself was a fucking solicitor, and he murdered his whole family according to the state. I think he admitted it in the end, but they had evidence, as in tangible evidence, where he was on video. So he was on video lying about certain things. So you can see that makes sense as evidence. But if nobody saw you on the scene, yeah, nobody saw you, nobody's seen you, nobody nothing. But they just found your fucking fingernail clipping on that scene. All they can do is ask you why would your fingernail be there? That's the only thing they can ask you. And there could be a plausible reason why. But it's up to them to buy your story. Again, it's up to them to decide that your story makes sense. It's like self-defense. It's up to the police, yeah, to believe your self-defense story. And then guess what again? It's now up to the prosecution again if they wanted to charge you for murder rather than let you walk free of self-defense. It's all up to them, innit? Because if you get accused of allegations that didn't happen and they're prosecuted for it. So guess what? It's up to the police. It's up to them after that. It's now up to the prosecution. Because if the police don't investigate your self-defense claim from the start, then it don't matter, innit? Get me? No, it's never getting to the prosecution's table if the police don't investigate it anyway. So if you look on it from that point, yeah, if you look on it from that point, guess what? You have a two-tier system that the police first of all, yeah, if you get through the police, yeah, and you convince the police that it's self-defense, if that police don't have any agenda against you, if he does have an agenda against you, you're screwed whether it is true or not. Whether or not it's self-defense or not, you're screwed if they have an agenda against you because they're going to prosecute you and find the smallest of detail to prove that you were lying or make it look like so. Then you have the prosecutors now. That's the second tier, isn't it? But if the police decides that, oh, it's self-defense, clear and cut, it never gets to the prosecutor anyway, you get me? Police can have an agenda against you and try to put it through to the prosecutor. The prosecutor can tell them to fuck off. That won't go anywhere, that's not evidence. So the justice system isn't broken, it's perfectly designed to ensure that certain people get away. And you have to have not even tangible evidence, like evidence that just they can't deny. You just have to have evidence that they can't deny. That is the only way you get away with it. You know what I mean? That's the only way. Otherwise, you're screwed. But they just need to make sure you were in that vicinity at the time, possibly, and that's it. You're fine. You're doing 17 years whether you like it or not. And then some good Samaritan comes out or they think, oh, well, we punished him long enough. Let's now let him off. That's how it goes. Oh, we punished him long enough, so let's now let him out of prison. And the official story is, oh, we found out that the DNA didn't match. You start saying, well, the prosecution said this and said that and convinced the jury. Guess what, mate? Well, that might be true, but guess what? According to the law, we cannot prosecute the prosecutors for doing their job. And that they're the only person with that luxury. It's only the prosecution that has that luxury. Because if the police is found to falsify evidence, they can be prosecuted themselves. It's only the prosecutor that has that luxury of not being able to be prosecuted for such. It's only them. So, and there's a reason, is because of situations like that. 17 years, man. And we've seen it happen quite a lot where people do these mad times, but only to be let out 15 years later, 25, 30 years later. Your life pretty much ended. The man who wanted you in prison, he's probably dead and buried 10 years ago, but a decade ago. I thought, well, shit, we forgot about him. I don't like you, man.
Every 2 weeks, John will meet his manager to discuss his work. Believes his induction has been very cool. Later, he decides to raise
No.
Child protection experts have told dispatchers that family support workers should spend at least a month shadowing experienced staff. At the end of his first week, he's given a case involving a teenager. The managers expect him to work alone. John has never had sole responsibility for a case before. The teenager has potentially serious behavioral issues. Who then tell John this child may be involved with a gang that has been linked to allegations of rape. John's been in the job for just over a week and arranges to see the family. His role is to help relatives keep the child safe. You won't be involved in investigating the rape allegations, as this is a police matter. Don't worry about the future.
Stupid, yeah. So, get it.
The child is upstairs and refuses to come down. He isn't obliged to meet John. Let you know that I've been here, I'm looking forward to meeting him, and Surrey has categorised this as a low-risk case. So it could be up to a month before John makes another visit, even though he didn't meet the child on this one. He then helps social workers in the duty office. This is where emergency cases come in. Try to grasp a complicated system of different types of cases.
Ah, no. Fuck
The
you.
administrator doesn't take time to explain it properly.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, busted.
After being left confused, John confides in the social worker. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what your systems are. I need to know, and I'm not. It's like, shut up. She goes on to reveal why she is leaving. Government inquiries into social services have found problems occurring due to a shortage of frontline staff, so that staff are stretched. I try to avoid using the word chaos. I don't think that chaos. I think it's just extremely busy. That can give the impression of chaos. Yeah. And sometimes it doesn't feel especially safe even to us. But I think most of the time, when people are racing around like the arse for us, they do actually know what they're doing. One social worker breaks down in tears. She has too much work. She's worried about keeping on top of it.
So why, wait, what? How can I not get anything to do? So,
It's going to be painful. This isn't just a problem of the Department of Social Services. It's not a problem of social workers. This is a national problem. These are our most vulnerable children, and we're faced with the question: who will look after them in an adequate way? If you do, we're going to pay for it. Dispatchers approached Surrey County Council. We gave them a detailed account of John Copper's investigation. We asked for their response to the serious issues he uncovered in his 3 months there. We made it clear that members of staff and clients would not be identified. Surrey's Strategic Director for Children's Schools and Families, Andy Roberts, told us that the council was not able to make a statement on or respond to our findings without a preview of the programme. It's time to save Britain serious money, citizens. What's up, guys? The Memphis here, and welcome back
to another FC24 video. It is 6 PM. It is Sunday, and we have got the Beats Holland. EA Sports FC24 is excited to collaborate with Beats to bring you a unique Beats Holland item. If you play the EA Sports FC24 before November 1st, 2023, you've been granted an untradeable Beats Holland item to your account. Keep an eye out for the associated milestone objective and use your new Beats item Holland item to earn rewards. That's actually a pretty sick card still, though, isn't it? We just don't get that. Is it there? Did it get put into the club, or did it get put into the... Oh, it's a pack. Oh, it's a pack. Delightful. Pack just looks delightful. Ooh, sounds retinally. Oh my god, what a pack that was. You walk out in that. Let's open this. This is what I'm about. Beats Holland pack. For special. Holland. Doesn't look like a special card, does it? That is a crazy card design. Fair play, EA. I really quite like that card design. Very, very nice. 3-star, 3-star. Great pace, good shooting, good physicals, good dribbling, good play styles. That's actually a mad card, man. That's a mad card. If you want to be able to afford the best players and open the best packs in FC24, go to u7buy.com to buy your EA FC24 coins. It's cheaper than buying FC coins and just as reliable. They already offer some of the best prices out there, but you can get an extra 6% off using promo code NET at checkout. Alright, so let's see if it's already there, the objectives that are tied to that. Man, you're going to be livid if there's some fun objectives and you're like, well, I just didn't play game time. FC Pro Season 3 starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Ultimate Dynasty, the daily objective, Maldini, Nino, Bundesliga Generation, Institute. Oh, champ. Oh, that's already there. I think that's already all of it is already there. Nothing there. Beats Holland Goal Rush. Scoring 7 after 15. On the base 50. An 85 by 2, an 85 plus, an 81 by 11, an 84 by 2, an 84 plus, a 103, 83 plus, a lone Zanetti for 7 games, an 83 by 3, a lone Soboslai for 7 games, a premium ball players pack, a lone Katoto for 7 games, a rare gold pack, a lone Morientes for 7 games, an 8 by 5, a lone Di Maria for 7 games, and a 100k pack. That's, I mean, listen, I'm about that. I'm all about that. For at least 1 goal of Holland in any Ultimate Team game mode, which means you can just farm it as well. You can just farm it. You just go and match up against the power and do like 10 at a time every like few hours. Easy game, easy life, baby. Thanks EA for that. Thanks EA for that. Do we have a new evolution? No, we do not. Do we have a, well, I'm expecting an icon species today. That's what we, yeah, there it was. I can see it. So Hernandez, Griezmann, Romero, Lee, Canyon. Yeah, Enrique. It doesn't look like there's any new players today. Well, yesterday they did that and they put it right back end. No, there actually isn't any new players today. Wow, fair enough. So it's just the 87 plus base or Centurion icon. The 83 by 10 again. Love that. Big fan of that. Gambling calendar upgrade again. Any challenges? The daily challenge again for a mega pack. That's a really, really cool challenge, that one. Otherwise, nothing. And then icons. Ooh. The Ultimate Dynasty icon Zidane. Finesse shot Trivella. Incisive pass, long ball pass. Flair first touch plus technical. 5-star, 5-star. Nice physicals. Really nice dribbling. Nice passing. Good pace and shooting. 13 segments is quite a lot for this card, but I don't mind it. I can't even lie, I don't mind it. It's an 89, 388s, 387s, 86, 285s, 83 bronze and silver. it's like listen, there has already been this year, this game cycle, so many elite level SPCs. Salah, Tom, Mbappe, among others, and now Zidane, right? What you're like, all the people are saying, man, this Zidane's too expensive. I hate it, it's too expensive. I promise you, within 2 days' time, when all you face in champs and rivals is 92 Zidane and Bayern Mbappe, you are going to hate the fact that this Zidane was even this cheap. He's high medium work rates as well, which is great, and mostly lengthy. This is like undoubtedly exactly right. This is a really, 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 really good card. And like you know how good Zidane is in game as well. He's got that body type, man. He's got 5 star, 6 for 1. I mean, it's a good. The online store for fashion, home and more. Very let's make smart home. With EV Wi-Fi. It's a good. I mean, it's a good card. It's a good card. I don't think you can fault it. To be fair. Let's try and have a look at the mini release and at the thoughts from people on this Zidane. New players. So we've got this Erling Haaland, Rivaldinho. Tell me that's not actually Rivaldo's son or something. Thuram, Zidane, 90 Maldini, 92 Zidane. Erling Haaland compared to his 91. He's got 5.
We're on day 5. Day 5 of our 61-day ban, so I've got 56 days to go. And we're only on the 11th of the 12th. So after all of January. Yeah. All of January. So 61 days, it finishes on the 3rd of March. So January's got 31 days. December's got 31 days. It'll be 62 days. So it started on what? And then what, the 3rd of Feb. So it should have started on December the 3rd. December 11th, December the 5th. Oh, December the 5th or 6th. Yeah, December 5th or 6th it started. 31 days in December, 31 days in January, so 62. And it goes up to the 3rd of Feb. So if I remove one, yeah. Which doesn't even make sense for it to finish the 3rd, innit? That don't even make sense, anyway. The dates don't even add up. Yeah. Unless I'm an idiot, them dates definitely don't add up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, them dates definitely don't add up. Definitely don't. Unless I got no sense. I'm sure there's 31 days in January and 31 days in December. Yeah, that definitely don't make sense. Definitely. Because if it started on the first, yeah, if it started on the 1st of December and ended on the 31st of January, that would have been 62 days in total. Yeah, yeah, that would have been 62 days in total. And it didn't start on the first, it was like the 5th or the 6th of December when I got the ban. And then it said 61 days. But then the ban's lifted on the 3rd of the 2nd. So that don't even make sense in theory. But it did say something about something expiring on the 6th as well. But I don't know. I don't know why it's on about. Yeah, but them numbers don't add up anymore. Definitely can't be 61 days. If it finishes on the 3rd of Feb, it would be more. Yeah, it would be more. Yeah. That's why it started on the 5th. What is it? So it started on the 5th. What is it? Yeah, 4 days ago. 4 days ago, what, today's the 11th. 4 days ago was the 7th, innit? Yeah, 4 days ago was the 7th. Yeah, 4 days ago was the fucking 7th. So 7 from 31 is 24, yeah. 7 from 31 is 24. So there'll be 24 days in December. Yeah. 24 days in December. 24 and 31 is 24, 31 is 55. Yeah, 55. And then it goes to 55. So it would be the 6th. Yeah, it should finish. Ban according to the 61 day ban, it should finish on the 6th of February, not the 3rd. So it's actually less than 61 days, so why is it this way? Okay, it does say 61 in it. Yeah, it does say 61 days ban in it. Yeah, so it did say something about expiring on the 6th. Well, I don't understand why it's on about. Because it says something, it says it ends on the 3rd, but expires on the 6th. So I don't know which one, what ends on what expires. I say team of the year is what? Team of the year is January. Yeah, it's January. Yeah, but I've got 91 Haaland in it, so pointless for me.
commonly packaged, the festive one returns to Domino's with pulled turkey, Cumberland sausage, and cranberry drizzle.
Let's go in 10. Close this one. Scoring for Paul and Daniel. Same thing. And that's almost done. We got one more game on that. And then do. And this is rubbish. I can't pull that. That's why F is Nina. I saw Nina means son, isn't it? It's F. Nina F. What is it? Yeah, Nina means son in, what is that, Spanish? Or Mexican, man. And then, the moment, by players, with matches, play, complete, and that one, think so, right. You know, I see no more than 3 just playing for her into sort of monkey on. So I've got into sort of play 10 matches of teams. Alright, Rainbow. Alright, so that's the end of the season. How do you expect you to do that? 50 games here, by the time you get the end one, you lost it. Rainbow, Snowflake. I wonder if it's any one of them, I tell you what, I'm gonna put on any one of them just to see, make sure. Rainbow, Snowflake. Tricolor, Snowflake. Ice is strength. This is the Rainbow, Snowflake, huh? Yeah, that's alright. You literally have 10 days to get this. How do you think you play 50 games at the end of that? I'll put this on just in case it works anyway. Tricolor.
When your hotel room is your bedroom and your living room and your dining room, maybe you need more than a hotel room. Get an Airbnb and get more space. Much about Nile Ranger's checkered past, so the Academy director was shocked when the club got a letter from the Crown Prosecution Service ordering a 15-year-old Nile Ranger to stand trial over armed robbery. The club talked to the judge about his talent and how he had begun his initial training for damage. Ranger was sentenced to 4 months in a young offender institution, which is basically prison for minors. When receiving his sentence, Niles nearly passed out and cried as he heard his aunt sobbing behind him. Her son Michael was joining him behind bars, and the two were going to be locked up for 23 hours a day. This was only the start of Nile Ranger's long rap sheet. Nile Ranger was once a successful Premier League soccer player, but his criminal behavior and legal issues destroyed his career and reputation. The South End United player had a string of criminal convictions, including street robbery, fighting police officers, and criminal damage, but always found a way to avoid jail time. That was until 2017, when he pleaded guilty to online banking fraud and confessed to charges of conspiracy to defraud by obtaining bank details and transferring money. After years of teaching, coaching,
What thing is that? What is that?
chance, Ranger had nowhere to hide.
What's this?
Time face some consequences. According to a personal essay by Ranger, published on 442's website, he was always in trouble growing up. He cursed at teachers and fought with the other kids during recess. By the time he reached fifth grade, Ranger was expelled from school for hitting a teacher with a lunch pail, which almost broke one of her hands. For an obviously angry kid, it could have been worse if he didn't have soccer as his out. Ranger was only 10 years old when he was signed by Crystal Palace, a professional soccer team, and spent 2 years at the club before they released him for his bad behavior at school. Without soccer to fill his time, Ranger grew restless and turned to theft. While he was in sixth grade, he stole other students' cell phones and sold them to a group of Albanian men in a local park. For Ranger, the money was rolling in, both from him selling the stolen phones and using his allowance from his mom to feed his growing gambling habit. When Ranger turned 13, his teachers asked his mom to sit in the back of the classroom and try to fix his bad behavior. But it didn't work. Then, in eighth grade, he was expelled again, this time for messing with his classmates with a Bunsen burner. Ranger's only option was to enroll in the Octagon, a school for kids with learning difficulties or behavioral problems. Although Ranger's life off the soccer pitch was tumultuous, it was a different story when he was on the pitch. Soccer gave him something to strive for and be proud of, and he joined Heron G. Borough, a semi-professional team. Playing for the team gave him a place to channel his energy, but he couldn't stop mixing with a bad crowd. Ranger was among a group of boys that robbed a nearby high school. He was arrested, put on 7 months of probation, and given a curfew. But the curfew didn't slow him down. He repeatedly broke it to rob more houses. So his mom reported him to the police, and he was fitted with an ankle monitor. Ranger still found a way to sneak out when he discovered that he could use dish soap to remove the device, creating the illusion he was still at home while roaming the streets. However, the trouble off the field was matched by his success on the field as his soccer career flourished. He joined Romford FC, another semi-professional club, and enrolled at a soccer academy run by Danny Shitu, a former professional soccer player. When he wasn't training, Ranger was gambling, stealing, or smoking a particular type of green plant. Not long into his time at
A
Romford, Ranger
hibiscus.
was caught red-handed stealing his teammate's cell phone in the locker room. Shitu found the phones in Ranger's bag and confronted him, asking how they got in the soon-to-be professional player's backpack. Although Ranger denied stealing the phones, Shitu didn't believe him and banned Ranger from the academy. He might have been more upset if it wasn't for the fact that his earlier burglary charges were dropped around the same time. But rather than lay low, Ranger celebrated the charges being dropped by hopping on a bus and stealing more phones. Like you do. Once they finished on one bus, they jumped onto another and did the same thing. The crew had a massive stack of phones, but decided they needed even more and ran down the street, snatching people's cells from their hands. When a police car raced towards them, the guys panicked and ran away, throwing their massive haul into nearby bushes. Officers found the gang's stash and arrested Ranger for armed robbery. He was released on bail, but not even facing serious jail time could stop him from resisting the temptation. Keep stealing. Ranger continued breaking his curfew, and when law enforcement found a stolen iPod in his possession, they arrested him again. Ranger's mom, who was at her wit's end, was ready to throw him out, but he begged for another chance. So she sent him to a soccer academy at Southgate College, which had connections with professional clubs, hoping he would straighten out. Ranger's talent on the field was undeniable. After he scored twice during a preseason match, winning his team the game, his coach received a call from Southampton FC, who were impressed by Ranger's performance. So he trained with Southampton's youth team, and within days, they offered him a 2-year scholarship. The club covered his accommodations and paid him $135 a week. Although he was far from the temptations of his old life, he still snuck out of his housing at night to go clubbing, forcing his landlord to report his actions to the club. Southampton was unaware of Ranger's past, and minus finding him for sneaking out, they had no reason to believe he was in trouble. Then the academy director received Ranger's soccer career went on pause when he was sentenced to 4 months in a juvenile detention center. He was released 2 months into his sentence and returned to Southampton. This time, he lived in an apartment with his mother so she could keep him in line. Ranger had a promising return to the sport, but again, couldn't stop himself from stealing other people's things. He stole other players' cleats, a staff member's box of chocolates, and a training kit. He hid them in a bush with plans to take them to London, but a coach found them. Ranger begged for a second chance, and the team's manager kicked him out of the club. However, sports agents weren't concerned about how his time at Southampton ended and flooded him with offers. He received an exciting offer from Swindon, but his agent asked to meet him at nearby Birmingham. Newcastle wanted to sign Ranger and would pay him 3 times what Swindon was offering, plus a sign-on fee. Although the offer was enticing, Ranger wasn't sure if he wanted to be that far away from home. Eventually, Newcastle's executive director convinced him to take the deal. Ranger stayed at the team accommodation and followed a strict routine, which gave him some much-needed structure. Months after Ranger's time in prison, he was on the bench of a Premier League game against Arsenal. Ranger traveled by private jet with the soccer elite. At the end of his contract, the club rewarded him with a 3.5-year deal worth $12,000 a week and bonuses for scoring goals and making appearances. He played in his first match in August 2009, but didn't score a goal until December of that year. Ranger enjoyed staying up late to go clubbing and spent most of his free time in casinos. He struggled to turn up the training on time, resulting in friction between him and the club's manager, Chris Hughton. Ranger gambled away $36,000 in 2 months and borrowed another $85,000 from his teammates. When the club found out, they banned him from every casino in Newcastle and warned him of the dangers of gambling. When Ranger received a $115,000 bonus, he spent most of it on a new Range Rover, despite his teammates driving old beat-up cars. He ignored the people around him who advised him against elaborate purchases, not letting the success get to his head. Ranger's behavior off the pitch was an inconvenience to the club, but his performance outshone any issues he caused, at least for a while. In 2010, the club official pulled him aside to let him know that several tabloid newspapers were going to print a picture of him holding a gun. The image was his WhatsApp profile picture, and the club responded by fining him 2 weeks of pay. Then, 3 months later, Newcastle handed him a 5-year contract. So Ranger thanked the club by driving under the influence during a midweek night out. Ranger was driving his girlfriend home when the police pulled him over and breathalyzed him. He was over the legal limit and spent the night locked in a cell. Ranger received a $3,600 fine and was banned from driving for a year. Around that time, Newcastle got a new manager, Alan Pardew, who walked in already sick of Ranger's behavior. After things already weren't going great with Pardew, Ranger ended up in court again. He got into a fight with 2 guys after some words were exchanged, and of course, the cops came. The police attempted to arrest Ranger for the incident, causing him to panic and shove them away. So, boom, he was then charged for fighting both men and the police officer. He pleaded guilty, but luckily, security camera footage supported his version of events, and he was cleared of all charges. Then Ranger was arrested again in January 2013 on suspicions of an assault on a woman after a night out. Ranger insisted that it was nothing more than a one-night stand, but the dire accusation was made. Newcastle canceled his contract. Teams weren't as forgiving of Ranger's behavior this time, with few wanting to be associated with the disgraced player. He spent 5 months as a free agent before signing a 12-month deal with Swindon for a quarter of his salary at Newcastle. He performed well when he turned up for training, but was frequently late and sometimes completely absent. Ranger was cleared of the charges, but had little time to celebrate as he was sued behind bars again for hitting a female friend when he was drunk. Although she didn't press charges, Ranger received a fine for property damage as he kicked the door of his apartment that night when he lost his key. Swindon terminated his contract and he moved on to Blackpool, now known for partying and gambling. So, a good move on that one. Although he made barely any money compared to earlier in his career, he was desperate. When the squad left Ranger out of a home game, he decided to go home to London and stayed there for 6 months. The club fined him for every game he missed, but he didn't care and was shocked when they extended his contract anyway. He turned up 4 weeks late and they made him train alone. Ranger apologized publicly for his behavior, but the club released him in February 2016. His next move was to South End, where his biggest scandal came to light.
For the perfect timepiece, shop IWC Schaffhausen online and in our showrooms. And watch us exclusively.
In February 2015, Ranger conspired to use a woman named Diane Bloss's bank information and move $2,500 from one account to another. He obtained the details of Bloss's online HSBC account and used them to transfer money into a Santander account. The crime had two paths: acquiring the details for the fraud and what happened with the money when it was transferred. Although Ranger pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud, he pleaded not guilty to a separate money laundering charge. Ranger was found guilty and was sentenced to 8 months in jail. After 10 weeks behind bars, he was released for good behavior, but had to wear an ankle monitor for 5 weeks and had a 7 p.m. curfew, meaning he couldn't play evening games. South End stuck by Ranger, and he played 21 times during the first half of the 2017-2018 season, but the club decided to terminate his contract due to his constant lateness. Ranger trained with Oxford in 2018, but refused the contract because he didn't like the terms. Another club, Rochdale, offered him $1,220 a week, but since the club wanted him to live with a teammate and his girlfriend to make sure he didn't fall back into his old habits, he turned down the offer as well. Instead, he moved home to live with his mom and played five-a-side several times a week to stay fit. A far cry from his days in the Premium League. According to his essay on 442's website, posted in February 2023, he hopes and prays for one last chance. With him burning so many bridges, the question is, who will give it to him? If you're enjoying this video, be sure to stay right here to find out about the crazy life of former baseball superstar Lenny Dykstra. Nile Ranger's story shows the problems that come from sports teams excusing too much bad behavior just because someone's good at a game. Some people, sports is an outlet and a way out of a bad situation. With a lot of luck and the right amount of work, many have been able to lift themselves and their families out of poverty. We can all agree that this is good. But problems come when old habits follow, and we're quick to forgive bad behavior. Would Niall have been better off if he never got all the extra chances he did? Hard to say where he would have ended up or what his life would have been like, so we have no way of knowing. But because Niall was good at kicking a soccer ball, he was forgiven repeatedly, given chances he wouldn't have otherwise gotten, and was able to squander more opportunities than most of us will ever even get. Niall is just another casualty chewed up and spat out by the sports industry. If he had continued to be great, or had shown up to a few more practices, he'd still be awarded contracts. When he can't play well anymore, he's tossed aside with all his problems for the next big thing that has less problems, and the machine moves on. Ultimately, the lesson here is that really people, like these sports teams, don't really care about anything other than what you can do for them. Now, Ranger could get fans and seats by helping his club win games, making the owners rich. They didn't care about his mile-long rap sheet until it became a PR issue. Ultimately, of course, Ranger is the one who's accountable, but he's the only one that's going to have to pay for the consequences.
Lenny Dykstra was once on top of the world. He was a famous baseball player with the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies, playing 12 seasons before he retired. Once he got out of baseball, Lenny went down several different paths, most of which weren't great. He started a car wash with his brother, making more than $1 million a year. Lenny thought it was a great investment because people always needed their cars washed. He and his company would never become irrelevant. He'd later sell the business at a huge profit, but lost it all. Even though Lenny already had a multi-million-dollar home, he had to have a better one. He set his sights on Canadian hockey legend Wayne Gretzky's former mansion and paid a cool $14 million for it. He joined Wall Street leader Jim Cramer to trade stocks, writing an advice column filled with baseball metaphors and all. At one point, Lenny even became an investment advisor. People paid him nearly $1,000 to get his opinions. But he said it was a steal. He claimed that people who invested with him earned $250,000 in a year based on his advice. On the surface level, everything seemed okay. Lenny's career wasn't suffering after he retired from baseball, but he was making a go of it. Unfortunately, not everything was as it seemed. Lenny earned the nickname nails during his baseball career. He was a force to be reckoned with in the late 1980s to the mid 1990s. He played with absolute abandon, running into walls and projecting a persona of greatness. It was hard to believe Lenny was anything short of amazing. Maybe Lenny manifested his greatness for a time. Lenny split his 12-year career between the Mets and the Phillies. He was a three-time All-Star player, and one year he came in second place for MVP behind Barry Bonds. Lenny was on the New York Mets in 1986 when they won the World Series, thanks to Bill Buckner's career-altering mistake. While it wasn't his hit that won the game, Lenny was a powerhouse leadoff hitter who played a big role in the team's success. He hit a walk-off home run in Game 3 of the National League Championship Series that's still considered one of the best plays in franchise history and of his career. In 1989, Lenny was traded to the Phillies. He wasn't happy at first, but the fans quickly welcomed him. However, his career declined in 1991 after Lenny was injured in a drunk driving accident. After leaving a party, he crashed into a tree, injuring himself and his teammate, Darren Dalton. Lenny hurt his ribs, broke his cheekbone, and fractured his collarbone. He was out for 2 months from his injuries, only to sit out again a few months later when he re-broke his collarbone running into a wall in Cincinnati. This injury put him out for the rest of the season.
And
Lenny
I'm
was
mad,
ready to take
man.
over next year, but he was hit by a pitch on
And
Orange
then his
Day.
mother's ass.
Over 2 years, he played just 145 out of 324 games. The next year, Lenny finally got his career back on track. He even led the Phillies to the World Series, though they lost to the defending champion Toronto Blue Jays. 20 years later, we learned Lenny paid private investigators $500,000 to dig up dirt on MLB umpires. He used that dirt to get a better strike zone during games. It's no wonder he led the league in walks and made the All-Star team 3 years running. Lenny He played his last game in 1996, but he didn't officially retire until 1998. He didn't just blackmail the umpires. He also took performance-enhancing drugs to give him a competitive edge. His life unraveled when he was named in the Mitchell report, along with 88 other current.
Okay, well, that's good.
Who are some of the big Who are some of the biggest Playboy scammers out there? Let's dive right in and start with number 5, the deleted Playboy. Cybercrime king James Halley faced extradition to the U.S. over accusations of swindling millions of dollars from text and emails to U.S. citizens. Nigerian-born Aliyu would use dating websites to meet with victims. Engaging in romantic calls, he would con them into giving him money. Most of his victims were women. Aliyu was also allegedly involved in business email compromise, known as BTC, and likely stole $12 million from his victims. Although he was targeting U.S. citizens, Aliyu conducted his crimes from South Africa. Authorities suspected he was part of a cybercrime ring involved in money laundering, phishing, and internet fraud. Aliyu used the stolen money for lavish vacations and excessive spending on luxury items for himself and his girlfriend. He became well known in South African social circles and on Instagram due to his extravagant lifestyle. His world came crashing down when Interpol showed up at his luxury Johannesburg estate and arrested him after an almost 6-year investigation into the scammer's activities.
That's alright, yeah.
It wasn't going to be that simple.
Yeah, and tricky. Alright, fair enough. I don't too bad.
Destroyed information linking Aliyu to the fake identity of Isweli Belengosini while the kingpin was behind bars. Allegedly, Aliyu's biometric data from the fake identity disappeared when South Africa's Home Affairs National Identification System run its prison search. An official at the Home Affairs Department faced precautionary suspension for deleting the information
Uh,
Aliyu was supposedly asking for help from government officials with access to a cell phone he could use in prison. Aliyu's case became even more complicated when a previous was mysteriously withdrawn until he was back in custody almost a year later. The 2021 identity fraud case allegedly disappeared to allow the investigator to gather outstanding evidence. Authorities plan to refer the case to the senior state prosecutor for decision once they were done with the investigation. When Ali realized the previous case would jeopardize his bail bid in his extradition case, he allegedly panicked and found a way to delete the fingerprint. But whoever removed these songs of freedom is all I can with the biometric information from the system didn't know they would still be available in the department's archives. The department had dealt with corruption from its officials before and transitioned from using passwords to access the system to fingerprints, allowing them to identify the corrupt employee that deleted the evidence against them. Since most of his victims were based in the U.S. authorities applied for an LEU's extradition in July.
Yeah, one of my 83 times 10 is missing.
Number 4, the classic Wall Street playboy. Former Wall Street whiz kid and Ponzi schemer Mark Viagra stole $50 million and somehow became involved with some wild stories and a book deal. When federal agents seized Viagra's assets,
Yeah, you just saw me. I took $1 million of this guy off of the fucking transfer pile and it's still there again. Fucking, yeah.
And his best friend, Chris Monsoon, stole $1 million in jewelry from the safe with plans to sell them on the black market. Cardio, a nightclub doorman, had never been involved in the criminal underworld. He asked around the club to see if anyone was interested in the jewelry. When he found a buyer, he and Monsoon rented a Mercedes SUV and met with them. The pair never came home. At some point, likely during the sale, someone went after the both of them. The jewels disappeared, and authorities believed they were melted and broken down into pieces before being sold. When Bentley still dated Viagra, she lived a lavish lifestyle. He bought her a $3 million Las Vegas mansion and gave her a $100,000 per month spending account. Even though Viagra gave her cash, he still showered her with expensive gifts like a $500,000 Chopard watch and a $150,000 replica of the necklace worn by Julia Roberts' character in Pretty Woman. Mark Viagra began running Ponzi schemes when he was young and working at a tree nursery in Pennsylvania. He was inspired by the 1987 movie Wall Street, where Michael Douglas played a broker with the Mattress Reeves. Viagra began investing funds from his neighbors and cousins. When he was 18, he went to a nursery convention with his cousins, and afterward, he went to a strip club. Viagra's wild night ended with him buying a call girl a mink coat using his father's credit card number, which he had memorized. Soon, Viagra was addicted to buying flashy things and working as a trader. He got into pump and dump schemes, where a promoter takes a company and inflates a story to sell to investors. They would roll it into a public shell company to get it trading. They issued shares to offshore corporations to make it look like Viagra had less than 5% ownership, even though he and his partners controlled all the shares. Viagra followed that business model up until his arrest. Viagra loved women as much as he loved money, and when Viagra met Playboy magazine's Miss February 1999, Shara Lee, he put her on the system he called the program. The program involved buying a casino, an expensive house, a luxury vehicle, and giving her monthly allowances on credit card. He did the same for several other women. Then he met Hugh Hefner's living girlfriend, Sandy Bentley, and her sister, who also lived at the Playboy mansion. Bentley told Viagra that she wasn't intimate with Hefner and was dating Viagra when she appeared with her sister on the Playboy cover in May 2000. Their relationship spanned 14 months. During that time, Viagra bought Bentley her Las Vegas mansion, several cars, fur coats, designer clothes, and jewelry. Viagra planned on marrying Bentley, but friends believed she was with him for his money. The relationship ended following his November 2000 arrest, proving the friends right. Federal agents ordered Bentley to return all her gifts from Viagra, but her new boyfriend, Cardio, had a different plan. He ransacked the mansion with Monsoon and snuck $1 million in jewelry from the safe. Someone most likely took a hit out on the best friends, which led to their double homicide. Viagra spent 5 years and 5 months for securities fraud at Pensacola Federal Prison in Florida. He published a tell-all memoir titled Wall Street Joyride, the story of the prodigy, playmates, and the missing $50 million, where he opened up about his life before being arrested. Viagra moved to Thailand and has expressed deep remorse for his victims. Number 3, the Playboy wannabe. Former CEO Steve Shickles allegedly embezzled over $10.2 million from his company and spent it on high-end cars and luxury purchases. Shickles resigned as CEO of Sympathize, a tech company based in Huntsville, when the company confronted him about a PayPal account he'd been operating in Sympathiz's name for more than 11 years. A few weeks later, police came to his home and arrested him after the company filed a lawsuit against him. The filing stated the PayPal account took in $2.5 million and $1.6 million of that money had been moved to personal accounts belonging to Shickles and his wife Rhonda. According to the lawsuit, the couple spent the money on everything from dining at lavish restaurants, private schools, spas, hotels, dinners, as well as 20 luxury vehicles that Shickles kept in warehouses around town. The company performed an audit from 2013 to 2017 and discovered Shickles had been reimbursed over $3 million for payments on his personal credit card. When Shickles was confronted about the charges, he refused to provide invoices. Someone had also entered credits into the company's account system, which caused him to lose
Yeah, swear to God.
$1 million. The lawsuit additionally claimed that Shickles bought vehicles and received loans in the company name. 3 companies sued Shickles over his actions: Simple Helix, Deep Blue Holdings, and Alpha Hosting. Deep Blue is the parent company of Simple Helix, and Simple Helix is the parent company of Alpha Hosting. They accused Shickles of international conversion, conspiracy to commit the intentional tort of conversion, fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, breach of contract, and breach of fiduciary duty. His wife, Rhonda Shickles, faced accusations of intentional conversion, conspiracy to commit the intentional tort of conversion, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Steve and Rhonda Shickles filed for bankruptcy and listed their creditors as the company sued. They filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in federal court and listed $10 million in debt. The bankruptcy meant the lawsuit against the Shickles put on hold. Simple Helix wanted a judge to seize the couple's vehicles, vehicle equipment, video equipment, segways, electronics, guns, tools, and everything else bought with stolen funds. In July 2022, the federal court charged Steve Shickles with 1 count of wire fraud. The maximum penalty for wire fraud is 20 years in prison and a
What the hell is that?
fine. Number 2, advisor. Former financial advisor Neil Bartlett on his victims out of $5.4 million in life savings. British-based Bartlett preyed on lifelong friends, family members, and older women. He posed as their financial advisor, but the fraudster stole their money and put it towards an extravagant lifestyle instead. He used clients' funds to travel internationally, gamble, and pay for nighttime dates. Bartlett created a sole trader account under the name as the company he worked for and paid himself the money. His victims thought their money was in a safe investment account that would accrue interest. It was not. Investors trusted Bartlett, who promised he would receive. Good returns on their money. Use fake bank accounts and forged investment statements to make them believe their investment was increasing. Many of his victims had known him since they were in school, but that didn't stop him from stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bartlett had power of attorney over an elderly victim who he also defrauded. One of his former clients claimed Bartlett had no morals and previously witnessed the disgraced financial advisor's chameleon nature, which the victim had been aware of even before learning of his crime. Local Merseyside police received multiple reports from Action Fraud, the National Fraud and Cybercrime Reporting Center, about Bartlett's business practices and started an investigation. When he learned about the hot water he was in, Bartlett fled to Russia and returned to the UK when his money ran out. Police greeted him at Manchester Airport and arrested him immediately. Bartlett claimed he lost his way after his marriage ended. His drinking got out of control. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on women to help out on men and his girlfriend. Bartlett had $1,222 in his pocket at the time of his arrest. He pleaded guilty to 14 counts of fraud at Liverpool Hines, a Floridian small business owner, fraudulently obtained $4 million in COVID-19 relief funds after lying in loan applications about his company's size. Hines applied for Paycheck Protection Program loans for small businesses. He claimed to have hundreds of employees across his four companies: Unified Notification Solutions, ProMaster Movers, Hash in Holdings, LLC, and Repack, LLC. In his application, Hines stated he needed $13 million to pay his workers. He asked for several loans and they were approved. However, Hines didn't have hundreds of employees. He only had 12, and his business expenses were closer to $200,000 a month rather than $13 million. Hines paid his workers on Venmo or Zelle. His largest payment was $3,000. Before he received the loan money, he had 30 cents in one business account and was overdrawn by $31,000 in the other. Hines spent the loans on stays at luxury hotels in Miami, a luxury Lamborghini Huracan Evo, and designer clothing. The criminal complaint included claims that Hines spent some of the money on dating sites. It was not the first crime Hines committed, having been arrested for battery following an altercation with his girlfriend, who he claimed stole his Lamborghini in 2018. In May 2020, he received a payment of $10,380 and $704,835. A few days later, he bought his Lamborghini. He labeled two $15,000 payments as wrong and gave three other unnamed people similar amounts. During that time, he spent $4,000 at the Fontainebleau Hotel, $47,624 at the Sky Hotel, and $5,998 at the Miami Beach Condition. Police arrested Hines and charged him with fraud. They seized his 2020 Lamborghini worth $318,000 and $3.4 million from his bank account. Following his arrest, he was granted a $100,000 bond to stay at his mother's house while wearing a GPS monitor. He pleaded guilty to one count of wire fraud in a federal court, and the judge sentenced him to over 6 years. Click to watch one of these next videos. Let us know in the comments below whether or not it's a red flag if someone you're investing money with drives an exotic car.
The new one is here.
Hmm.
Now in all new colors, like grey and other grey, with less of these and more of these. This is innovation, or is real innovation refurbished? Because high quality, more affordable, more sustainable devices aren't yet to come. They're already here. Let them buy them. We'll buy aftermarket.
Number 10, Roberto Piana. This armored truck guard worked as a driver for Miracle Delivery Services until when he decided to steal $800,000 in cash. He was more intelligent than your average armored truck driver, and Dave says he stole the money over several months to avoid detection. He also tried to alter documents to account for all the missing cash. It didn't work in the end, but at least he put in some effort. Police discovered that Piana used some cash to buy 5 brand new oil cars for his family members. Unfortunately, the police don't recognize Robin Hood-like acts of charity as a valid excuse. Buying 5 used cars for stolen cash isn't a great way to avoid detection, is it? The police took all the cars and the cash, which he was keeping in his bedroom. Number 9, Nicholas Espinosa. Scarda, the armored truck company, doesn't publicly post how much their drivers make, but according to job website Indeed.com, the average starting pay for target drivers is $12.46 an hour. Doesn't it seem like a good idea, considering the time these people can drive around begging for money? You're practically asking your employees to try something, aren't you? Smart Nicholas Espinosa, unsatisfied by his $12.46 an hour, stole more than $900,000 during a routine pickup and delivery in Kentucky. Espinosa was supposed to meet his partner on the other side of the mall after the cash box. Instead of driving the bulletproof armored truck to the meeting spot, he disappeared. Well, he tried to, anyway. The truck was abandoned in the mall parking lot, but Espinosa and the cash were gone. He was later arrested near Hartford, Connecticut, where he'd been living there under the false identity of Sam Smith. Not the most creative fake name, huh? He apparently bought a Chevrolet Malibu 5 days after the theft, which is also not the most creative car. It was around $900,000. He was probably trying to keep a low profile, but clearly it wasn't blowing up. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison after pleading guilty. Of course, that's Number 8, traffic jam. An armored truck on its way to San Diego caused an unexpected traffic problem when money out their cars in their rush to grab all this free money. Two of them were just standing there like idiots while the cops showed up. Everyone else had already driven off, so didn't know precisely how much money was lost and how much people actually got away with. According to police, there was less than $1 million in the truck. Anyone who grabbed the money and didn't return it committed a crime. Number 7, inside job. Not all armored truck heists are amateurish attempts where employees just grab what they see and run. Sometimes there's a bit more strategy involved. 3 people were charged with Brink's armored truck robbery in 2021. One of them was the driver. The driver told company and the police that he had been attacked while ordering coffee at a gas station. He said one guy held him up while another took all the money out of his truck. The security footage to back up his story too. However, when police found the people who robbed the truck, they realized both robbers knew the driver. And of course, the driver was in. They planned on splitting the money 3 ways, but all of didn't go according to plan. This is actually a fairly common tactic. It's not the first time it's been tried, and it's not even the first time it's been tried by people who work for Brinks. In 2019, a different Brinks driver told detectives that a man in a motorcycle helmet robbed him at gunpoint and stole all the cash. The mysterious motorcycle man got caught. It turned out to be the driver's friend. Apparently, it's a little harder to stage robbery in the Number 6, release the reports. In 2018, a man built his own armored vehicle and stopped traffic for an hour and a half on a bridge near the Hoover Dam. He had a gun and a sign that said, release the OIG report, which is some conspiracy theory. The driver, Matthew Freeman, was eventually arrested and charged with obstruction of a highway, endangering unlawful flight from law enforcement, misconduct involving weapons, and terrorism. Highway 93 had to be shut down. Other cars were back on the road. Tourists at the Hoover Dam were told to shelter in place. Police sent multiple armored units to the scene. The madman decided to leave and headed towards Arizona. However, he ran into a roadblock and tractor trailers were stopped. He made a U-turn and attempted to drive the other way instead, but he ran over spike strips and hospitalized. Surprisingly, this was not the end of his conspiracy adventure. He drove his armored car off the highway, made it 3 miles away from the road before being surrounded by police. He ended up surrendering peacefully. In a certain sense, he won, since many people saw his sign and ended up doing some YouTube videos like this one. But in a much more real sense, he lost because he's in jail and no longer dreams about conspiracy either. Number 5, Ryan Johnson. You don't have to be a real armored truck driver to pull off one of these heists. All you need is a little bit of imagination and some clothes that make it look like you're an armored truck driver. In 2015, Brian Johnson walked into a Walmart dressed as a Loomis armored vehicle driver. He was all black, hat, tactical looking vest with many pockets. Look, close enough, walked right in, signed some money, and then left. When the actual Loomis employee showed up about 45 minutes later, the Walmart employees realized something was up. They just given $75,000 to the wrong guy. When the police caught Johnson, they discovered his getaway driver was the Walmart manager's stepbrother, Maria Monte. The manager's name was Rico Robertson. The police arrested him too, figuring he had something to do with it. Turns out they were right. Robertson planned the whole thing. However, police dropped the charges against Robertson a year later after he suffered a stroke and couldn't stand trial. Johnson, a wannabe armored truck driver, never fought, but by all accounts, is still at large today, along with the money. He's wanted for the Walmart heist and several crimes in California, including for shooting. Number 4, robbed and fired. Getting robbed is probably the worst thing that can happen as an armored truck driver. Getting fired is perhaps the second worst thing that can happen. Unfortunately, Sabrina Galano got to experience both when she was robbed and then subsequently fired. So realize why. The bag fell out of an armored truck and was full of cash. It's unclear how much money was in there, but news outlets reported it weighed 75 pounds. So let's do some simple math. Paper US dollars weigh precisely 1 gram, according to the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. There are roughly 453.6 grams in a pound. So if that bag was full of $1 bills, it would be worth $34,000. According to Kennedy, the 4-foot tall bag was full of smaller bags containing 50 to 100. So all 75 pounds were in 50, he'd be holding just over $1.7 million, give or take, according to the bag. Kennedy, who is morally superior to nearly everyone that helps him make his list, tried to track down the armored truck and return the money. When that didn't work, he just called the police. When they showed up, they were stunned by the amount of cash. How do you manage to lose a 75-pound bag of money? The driver said they hit a bad bump in the road and the back door came open by mistake. Either these armored trucks aren't as secure as they should be, or the roads in Utah are wild. Number 2, Larry Brooks. He had a horrible day at his new job as an armored truck driver. If he hadn't gotten caught, it could have been the best day of his life. He tried to steal $100,000 in cold hard cash on his first day. Maybe he should have waited longer to develop a better plan because the company caught him red-handed on their security check. He was arrested and charged with second-degree theft. The company he worked for, Garda, recovered $86,000 from a car parked near Larry's house. Then they contacted the police. Before anyone judges Larry too hard, they should ask themselves, can I resist taking huge stacks of cash just sitting there? Well, some people probably can, since not all cars get arrested. After this incident, it's safe to assume Garda is a little more careful in the hiring. Number 1, Abigail Jenny. While working for SBV, Secure Collections in South Africa, Abigail decided to loot the cash she was supposed to protect. While at a depot in the Mall of Africa, Abigail then she stuffed about 4 million South African rand into garbage bags and left before anyone knew what happened. The racist theft occurred in July 2019, and she remained on the run for the next 3 years. Nobody knew what happened to her, where she gone, or where she stashed the cash. Her mother remained adamant that Abigail could never commit such a crime. According to Mama Jenny, her daughter would never stay at camp. The neighbor told police she showed up at his house in December 2019 and stayed for a few days before hitting the road again. He had no idea she was wanted for the robbery. Police thought they were close when other neighbors claimed that they saw Abigail take her cookies away. However, Mama Jenny spoke up again, denying everything the neighbors said. She had seen her daughters who allegedly stole money in July. Oddly, the family never filed a missing persons report, which is strange for a date that would have been innocent. They spent the majority of the COVID pandemic wondering what happened to her. Then she turned up in January 2022. Now in prison and refusing bail, Abigail awaits her future in a South African holding facility. Perhaps mask mandates and other restrictions allowed her to hide in plain sight. After all, the basement slasher.
Save 50 pounds per person with Chick2 Holidays.
Even though police got up short, they never recovered the money. Maybe she spent it all at the Mall of Africa. Click here to watch one of these next videos.
Here are two of the most around the world. Number 10, Gennaro Garcia Luna, who was one of Mexico's most celebrated cops, known as the face of the country's war on drug cartels and a valued confidant in U.S. counter-narcotics initiatives. He led Mexico's Federal Investigative Agency from 2001 to 2005 and served as Secretary of Public Security from 2006 to 2012. He worked closely with the DEA to eliminate corruption in the Mexican police force and stop the passage of drugs to the United States. He fired hundreds of police officers for corruption in Mexico until it came out that he himself was corrupt. People started getting suspicious when it came out that he staged a police raid of kidnapping victims in front of a television crew. He also had numerous luxury homes, which seemed strange for a law enforcement officer's son. Mexican journalist Annabelle Hernandez was one of the first to reveal Luna's corruption and received threats on her life. She filed complaints with Mexico's Human Rights Commission, accusing Luna of attempting to hire federal police officers to take her out. In 2019, Luna charged with accepting millions in bribes from the Sinaloa drug cartel, previously run by none other than Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. In exchange for briefcases full of cash, Luna helped the Sinaloa cartel transport files and gave them classified information about an ongoing investigation. He was charged with 3 counts of conspiracy to traffic illegal substances and 1 count of making false statements. A former cartel member testified against him, saying that the bribes began in 2005. Luna was one of the highest-ranking officials in Mexico to be indicted for trafficking in the U.S. judicial system. His previous legacy as a hero in Mexico's war on cartels is forever stained. Number 8, Michael Dowd. Michael Dowd joined the New York Police Department in 1982 during the 80s drug epidemic. He was assigned to the state's 75th precinct, dealing with over 100 violent crimes per year. He saw how much money could be made in drug dealing, much more than his meager $600 per week salary with the NYPD. Within his first year on the job, he started accepting bribes. He started stealing cash from crime scenes. However, stealing turned into robbing dealers and selling drugs himself. In 1986, he began working for a dealer named Adam Diaz, who was bringing in more than $1 million per week. The Diaz organization paid down $24,000 in exchange for intel about possible police raids, transporting narcotics around the city, and providing dealers with guns and badges. Dowd became a regular employee, making $8,000 per week, with an additional profit for selling drugs on the side. Dowd felt invincible and brought other police officers into the corruption ring, including his partner, Ken Guerrero. But the euphoria didn't last long. Suffolk County investigators intercepted phone conversations between him and a drug dealer and discovered Dowd's dark life. Police found and arrested Dowd and Guerrero while high and drunk on the block. Guerrero agreed to wear a wire and record his conversations with Dowd in exchange for a lesser sentence. Dowd incriminated himself, talking about his plans to abduct a Colombian woman in exchange for $200,000 worth of profit. He was indicted for conspiracy and drug-related charges, among other violent crimes. It was later revealed that the city ignored 16 complaints against Dowd in previous years. In 1994, he was convicted of racketeering and conspiracy to distribute narcotics. He was sentenced to 16 years in jail, but only served 12 and a half. Number 8, the Golden Crow. In July 2021, the Russian Investigative Committee, or SK, leaked a video showing a colossal mansion adorned with extravagant gold interiors. One of those items was a golden toilet. The SK is a Russian governmental agency modeled after the FBI. They conducted a police bribery probe and found that traffic police in the southern Stavropol region of Russia were taking bribes in exchange for fake business permits. These permits allow drivers to pass through police checkpoints with unauthorized products of grain and construction materials. Police forces in Russia's North Caucasus collaborated in the anti-corruption investigation of southern Stavropol. SK conducted 80 searches of traffic police offices and homes and found vast amounts of cash, luxury villas, and sports cars. There were extravagant mansions with golden kitchens and, yes, a golden toilet. Head of traffic police in the region, Colonel Alexei Sokolov, was arrested along with his predecessor, Alexander Kimchinsky, and 6 others. More than 35 traffic police officers in the area were detained due to the corruption scandal. Some politicians compared their operation to mafia activity since they profited from the black market. It's estimated that Sokolov and his team made over 19 million rubles, or $255,000 in bribes. If found guilty, Sokolov could face up to 15 years behind bars. Number 7, the Mafia Cops. When the 5 families of the American Mafia ran New York City in the 1980s and 90s, they did so with the help of 2 NYPD officers. These 2 police officers, Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito, worked primarily for the chiefs
So watch it, sir.
and became known.
Look where I am.
Caracappa worked in Brooklyn's
One
organized
touch.
and then as a private investigator until he retired.
So all I did was turn. Yeah.
Eppolito had family members in the
All I did was turn. Look at the bottom. Look at the leg there.
crime team. But when he interviewed for the NYPD, he falsely claimed that he had no relation to the infamous mobsters. In 1983, Eppolito was suspected and cleared of forwarding classified NYPD intel to a Gambino relative. By 1985, the federal government was aware of Caracappa and Eppolito's involvement in organized crime in New York City. Both officers used illegal methods in conducting their police work. According to Mafia underboss Anthony Gasspike Castle of the Lucchese family, he and mob boss Ettore Vic Aruso paid the officers $375,000 in bribes dating back to 1985. They also paid Caracappa and Eppolito to kidnap a member of the Gambino family as revenge for an attempted hit on Castle. Caracappa and Eppolito then took the life of a member of the Lucchese family, who Castle suspected was an informant. Castle then ordered them to take out Gambino member Eddie Lee in retaliation for the passing of Paul Escalante. When the Mafia families were indicted in the mid-1990s, Caracappa and Eppolito conveniently retired to Las Vegas, but remained involved in organized crime. Castle hired them to carry out a hit on the new head of the Gambino family, John Bell. But the plan failed. There was another plan to take out Lucchese family underboss Stephen Creed and Gambino family underboss Salvatore Santa Gravano. Gravano entered the witness protection program, but was later arrested for drug trafficking before Caracappa and Eppolito could get to it. After a long investigation, the Mafia cops were arrested in 2005 and charged with racketeering, obstruction of justice, extortion, and 8 counts of murder. Eppolito was sentenced to life imprisonment plus 100 years, and Caracappa was sentenced to life plus 80 years. Both passed away in prison. Number 6, Dmitry Zakharchenko. In Russia, an anti-corruption police officer was jailed
Oh,
for
no.
assessing more than 139 million in cash bribes. Colonel Dmitry Zakharchenko was the deputy chief of the General Directorate of Economic Security and Anti-Corruption at Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Then, he was found with 19 billion euros worth of foreign currency as property in Moscow. The final crime that took him down involved a seafood restaurant called the Menu, which faced health violations and failed inspections. Owner Medicated scheduled a meeting with Zakharchenko, where the colonel demanded 5 million, which was eventually reduced to 800,000 in exchange for overlooking violations and canceling inspections. A few years later, he and a friend returned to the restaurant demanding discounts of up to 50% and racked up $46,000 in savings. In 2016, he further abused his power by warning a finance friend about incoming police searches to accomplish a tax evasion investigation. Zakharchenko was arrested and found guilty of accepting large-scale bribes and obstructing justice. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison with a 1.8 million fine. Number 5, Seikaku. A former police officer in Kanagawa, Japan, named Seikaku, went on trial for accepting bribes from funeral homes to set them up with families of the recently deceased. Whenever he received a call involving a dead body, he would call a funeral home so they could get the visuals. Kato probably didn't act alone. All 6 police stations that Kato was associated with were involved with the funeral home bribes. Kanagawa is unique in treating dead bodies because corpses are handled by private companies instead of by law enforcement. So that's why Kanagawa is the only area in Japan that faces this kind of corruption problem. Kato pleaded guilty and explained that he received the bribes via gift certificates, prepaid cards, and beer tickets. He received about 2 million yen worth of vouchers, and now he faces up to 2.5 years of imprisonment. Number 4, Atushi Kubo. Kyoto, Japan is unique for its rich culture and history. All leadership positions in the city are prestigious. However, people still find ways to abuse their power. Kyoto police charged Atsushi Kubo with robbery after accepting bribes while in charge of the Kyoto City Children and Youth Support. While auditioning a preschool, Kubo was accused of accepting a gold watch valued at almost $4,000 from the chairman of an association that oversees preschool facilities. While investigating Kubo, police also found a koban in his possession. Kobans are oval-shaped gold coins once used as currency in Japan's history. Even though this type of currency has been phased out, these coins are still used as status symbols and portrayed in pop culture. Number 3, John Joseph Connolly Jr. John Joseph Connolly Jr. was an FBI agent who was convicted of racketeering and obstruction of justice related to his partnership with the infamous James White Bulger. During his FBI career, Connolly mainly focused on organized crime. He was praised for his performance and dressed the part, but he wasn't the good guy he claimed to be. While law enforcement officers were trying to imprison Bulger, Connolly protected him and Steve Fleming from prosecution by letting them know their cops. allegations that could be criminal. Over the years, Connolly received $230,000 from Bush and Clinton, but had to cut down his payments to avoid suspicion. In 2009, he was sentenced to 40 years in prison, but was granted a medical release at 81 years old in 2021. Physicians told the court that Connolly has about 1 year to live based on his diabetes and melanoma diagnosis. Number 2, Joe Ferrari. One day, Thai lawyer Citra Biedenkirk received a mysterious Facebook message from a junior police officer. It contained a link to security camera footage of a suspect being roughed up in police custody. Biedenkirk shared the video, and it went viral in Thailand. 6 police officers were quickly arrested in connection to the video. In the linked security footage, Jirapong Therapan, detained on suspicion of selling drugs, passed away while police tried to restore $82,000. Some officers tried to resuscitate, but it was too late. Rumors of Therapan's death while in police custody were excused as a drug overdose, but the CCTV footage, with now over 5 million views, proved otherwise. The video was shocking and disturbing, but according to Biedenkirk, he had to share it with the public for one simple reason: unless there's media attention and public outcry in Thailand, people don't investigate police crimes very quickly. The police chief involved, Colonel Irisan Utenampa, is thought to be the main offender. An investigation of his home revealed a huge estate with beautiful landscaping and several garages containing 29 luxury cars. Hence his infamous new nickname, Joe Ferrari. This collection included a rare Lamborghini, a Ferrari, 4 Porsches, 6 Mercedes-Benz, 3 Audis, and a Bentley. Mr. Ferrari was accused of extortion and corruption and went on the run. All of Thailand looked for him until he eventually turned himself in to the police. Ferrari came from a modest family and had a meager $1,700 per month salary, nowhere near enough to afford all his luxury cars. But no one would have questioned him if not for the criminal case. He spent most of his career policing the illicit drug business and confiscating illegal luxury car imports. In the past decade, Mr. Ferrari seized 410 cars and received a cut of their sale price at auction, amounting to about $24 million. The video shocked the Thai public and encouraged them to call for police reform. Ferrari said he never intended to harm the suspect. He was charged with trespass, deprivation of liberty, and abuse of power. Of course, he held a press conference where he denied all charges. Unfortunately, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Thailand's corrupt justice system. To learn more about how deep Joe Ferrari's corruption really ran, check out this full video. Number 1, Joseph Florida. In 2012, Florida policeman Major Joseph Florida, Crestview Police Department in Florida, was indicted for harassing Congress, forcing other officers to hurt suspects, forging incident reports, altering testimonies, soliciting certain favors from town residents, roughing up handcuffed suspects and prisoners, intimidating community members, and purposefully crashing his car into a pregnant woman's vehicle. The list goes on. Floyd joined the Crestview Police Force in 2007, despite abusing his power for more than a decade in other police forces. Before he became a policeman, he was arrested for battery, disorderly conduct, and assaulting a law enforcement agent. He was put in charge of the Crestview Street Crimes Unit, responsible for investigating drugs and gangs. His corruption began as soon as he took the job. He used excessive force whenever he got the opportunity and encouraged other officers to do the same. One time, he planted evidence on a suspect and charged him with possession. He also name-called and harassed female officers. One woman was so afraid of Floyd that she refused to press charges, fearing for her own safety. He staged drug busts for small quantities of marijuana for media attention and encouraged officers to plant drugs to get more prisoners in trouble. Officers were threatened with termination or demotion if they didn't follow his orders. He bragged about what he did to suspects and prisoners. He repeatedly told other officers that he didn't care about people's civil rights. Thankfully, he was sentenced to prison for 12 years in 2013. Unfortunately, this is hardly rare for Florida law enforcement. Many police officers who are under investigation for similar investigations are allowed to stay on the police force or even given second chances if convicted. In fact, this made up about 2% of all employed officers in Florida since 1988.
A vulture fund is what it sounds like. A fund that eyes struggling debts such as mortgage. What Catriona Carey would do is tell prospective clients that her firm would buy the distressed mortgage that they could never pay off. The client could keep their house. Carey would charge them interest for a long-term profit. But as you can guess, this isn't what happened. Catriona Carey was born in County Kilkenny, Ireland in 1977 or 78. Oddly, Carey's record was clear on her birth date. to a love of sports and competition. Carey made her career in 1998 when she signed onto the Ireland national field hockey team. She played in 72 matches over 7 years. Before she retired from the sport, Carey led her country to the 2005 Euro Hockey Nations Championship in Dublin. However, before her highly touted field hockey career, Carey played a sport called camogie. In Ireland, camogie is a popular stick and ball game played exclusively by women. The sport is quite similar to field hockey, so her skills transitioned well on the camogie team. She started playing professionally in 1992 when she joined the Clare GAA club. GAA standing for Gaelic Athletic Association. Camogie and hurling are sports invented in Ireland hundreds of years ago. So Carey wasn't just excelling at a popular sport, she participated in her country's cultural tradition. Both Carey and her brother DJ made names for themselves in these traditional sports. After 14 years in Irish professional sports, Carey decided it was time to hang up the stick and helmet. Carey played sports almost all her adult life. Now, she was in her early 30s and needed a career change. Fortunately, Carey studied accounting in school, so DJ gave her a job at his cleaning company. He put her in charge of his company's finances because of her training and formidable time. He regrets that decision 2 years later. Carey was charged with her first criminal offense in 2008, only 2 years after retiring from professional sports and working for her brother. Carey was forced to resign from DJ's company and pay a fine to the revenue commissioners, an Irish government agency that collects taxes and enforces the national tax code. Basically, they're the Irish IRS. They investigated Carey after she used her accounting skills to send them a falsified invoice from DJ's company. Their investigators traced the invoice back to Carey and took the fall for the whole scheme. The revenue commissioners fined Carey $1,622 for trying to trick them. However, the ensuing court hearing revealed Carey's other financial crimes against the revenue commissioner. Carey also falsified another invoice that claimed the company was entitled to a tax return according to the evidence it supplied. When the return arrived in the mail, Carey pocketed the money for herself. The fine, of course, helped the revenue commissioners get some of their money back. The court hearing ended, and Carey left the building in disgrace. She submitted her resignation to DJ less than 6 months after the hearing and went to work on her own. Once again, Carey's future was uncertain. All she had was her training as an accountant and her experience in sports. Legally, she'd have a hard time using one of those skills. Carey could have gone into coaching or come out of retirement for a few years. She hinted at playing again in 2008, but never signed any contracts. Instead, Carey decided to continue her accounting career. But since no accounting firm or company would hire her, Carey had to get creative. So she founded Carey Sport Asset Estates, a financial firm that marketed itself as a vulture fund, but never actually bought any dying debt. As we said at the beginning, a vulture fund is like a down fund, a fund that buys struggling athletes mortgages. Remember when we said she would build clients that they could keep their house and Carey would just charge them interest? An Irish chef named Sharon O'Meara was one such client. Sharon worked for a hospital in Castleton, Ireland, cooking in their massive kitchen. But despite the steady work, Sharon admits that she got behind on her mortgage. Soon, she found herself in deep water with her lender and was about to lose her home. Sharon spent many days in court fighting with her lender over the repossession. That's where she met a barrister who offered Sharon a solution to all her problems. The barrister mentioned a woman named Catriona Carey. They explained that Carey is an accountant offering a financial product to those in need, a bailout that benefits the poor. All of this sounded good. Sharon was desperate. The deal made sense. Vulture funds are pretty standard. Why wouldn't one be helpful? Sharon contacted Carey and set up a meeting. Carey impressed Sharon when they met for the first time. She later told journalists for RTE, an Irish investigative media company, that Carey's handshake impressed her the most. It was a firm handshake. To Sharon, people who use a firm handshake are straightforward people that don't beat around the bush. In hindsight, Sharon views Carey as the exception. But at the time, Sharon found Carey personable and likable. Carey was also flexible during their negotiations. She initially asked for a $27,000 deposit from Sharon. Unfortunately, the hospital chef didn't have 27K, so Carey said she'd settle for $5,400. Sharon assumed Carey was accepting a lower deposit because she wanted to help her out. However, Sharon didn't have 5K either. She had asked her family to let her borrow the money. They gave her the much needed funds, assuming that Carey's offer would save Sharon from financial ruin. In December 2020, Sharon collected their money and handed every dollar over to Carey at the nearby hotel called the Vineyard. After receiving the firm handshake, Sharon says she felt like the happiest person on earth. When she drove home from the hotel, Carey promised to pay her back 30 days later. Carey's firm finance concern at heart. We run ourselves in the same sports share recruitment. We happen to run to the same barrister. Even the same thing. No speed, patriotic Jerry. He'll solve all your problems. The only difference between Miriam and Philip was that they could afford to pay the full cost. Miriam's name wasn't on their mortgage papers, so she obtained a $21,000 loan under the credit union. Neither of them had ever received a loan this size and under such drastic circumstances. Nevertheless, as Miriam says, she trusted Philip, and Philip seemed to trust Jerry. How could they trust Jerry? All 18 victims. After the first emails in December, Sharon, Philip, Miriam, and 16 others didn't hear from Jerry's report until after January 31st. No deadline. Jerry's report emailed their clients several times over the next 2 months with excuses and expected delays, but always promised that the contracts would be ready soon. Miriam recalls getting emails with the most tragic stories inside. She didn't know it at the time. Jerry, the formerly suspected pro athlete, was telling her clients flat out lies. She told her clients that the contracts were late 1 week because an employee had a brain hemorrhage, and then another employee got injured in a devastating car crash. Each excuse was more tragic than the previous. Some clients became frustrated, others became skeptical. Only one client fully realized what was going on, though he found out by sheer luck. His name is Colin Finnegan. Colin gave Terry $16,000 in deposit money after his parents' shop went under in 2018. He bought the property for his parents back in 2006, and they turned the building into a post office, shop, and living room. However, when Colin's almost business crumbled, he couldn't afford to pay the mortgage anymore. He needed help. That's when, like so many other desperate people, he found Terry. She offered him the same deal she feared to the others, and Colin accepted, waiting for the contract, never saw the papers. No tragic excuses for Terry's story. Colin and his parents waited 18 months until something finally happened. No, it wasn't what they expected. Colin was at his parents' shop one day when a man walked in saying he was interested in their property after seeing it on MK1. The website that had an online auction of the property that had defaulted on their loan. But that was impossible. Charity bought their house. All they needed to do was sign a new contract with them. Colin, confused, contacted Terry, who explained that they took the property up for auction a while back, and so it was. So Terry insisted her firm made the purchase. However, the new owners contacted Terry, saying their parents could remain on the property, but would have to pay rent. Colin knew Terry's scandal. He decided to let it go until he received an unexpected message from Terry. The firm accidentally sent out the contact info for all of their clients in a group message. Colin and the 17 other victims now had each other's contact information. He, along with Sharon, Philip, and Miriam, joined a WhatsApp group created by another victim, Amber Dickey. The 18 victims shared the unique but very similar stories about meeting Terry and acquiring her services. Eventually, their mutual experiences turned into an investigation into Terry's foreign asset estate. RTE got their information from the 18 victims and shared it with local authorities. The police, in turn, arrested Terry for fraud. The group counted experiments, and in later interviews, they revealed the long-term effects of Terry's scam. Miriam told RTE that her trust only got worse since Terry entered her life. So when the others, Miriam and Philip, still had their mortgage to pay, plus the $26,000 Terry stole from them. Others paid even lost their deposit. One couple handed Terry nearly $38,000. The victims assumed that Terry would be in jail by now for the crime. Some estimates put her mortgage payment in the mid-six figures, but taking Terry down is much more complicated than anyone anticipated. Some theorize that Terry is receiving help from an associate of hers, Charles Allen, the result of Allen's family trust manager. The trust has been under scrutiny over the past few years, with critics accusing Allen of exploiting people with distressed mortgages. Terry's name was attached to that same fund in 2013. Their association came up again in March of 2022. An associate of Charles was photographed picking up Terry from a mysterious home she was staying in, leading many to theorize that Charles is financially supporting them. If that's the case, Terry now has an $11 billion net worth. We all know how often they get confused. Thanks to Charles, Terry has been attending field hockey club activities and practices, scrimmaging, matching, as she awaits her fate in an Irish court, which isn't looking good. Investigators are still getting complaints against Terry and her firm. As of April 2022, there are over 36 complaints filed by the local police. That's a number even Charles Allen might have trouble beating. In March of 2022, a scandalous document went viral on social media. It alleged that the famous Nigerian influencer, Hush Puppy, who is currently behind bars in the US, managed to scam people online for $400,000. In reality, the document, which was it came from the FBI, was a forgery. Still, people believed it anyway. The United States government even issued a statement clarifying that the document was a fake and that Hush Puppy was not scamming people from jail. That's how powerful his reputation is. Before we dive into how Hush Puppy wound up in jail, Nigerian police department in his back pocket. In February 2021, the FBI filed documents implicating Nigerian police chief Abbott Kyari in a $20,000 bribe scheme, or the equivalent of 8 million Nigerian naira. The bribe attempted to scam on himself, in which Hush Puppy tried to rip off one of his associates by not paying him what he was owed. His associate, convicted, set up a meeting in Qatar with Hush Puppy, another accomplices, and a gullible Qatari businessman. Hush Puppy arrived in Qatar and planned on scamming the wealthy businessman. If the scam worked out, Vincent expected a healthy commission. However, that meant everyone had to play their roles perfectly. Hush Puppy played a Wells Fargo banker from New York named Malik. His two accomplices played the finance guy. They helped assure the Qatari businessman that the investment was a guaranteed profit, even though they were investing in a school. Hush Puppy said the school needed a little over $1.1 million. Once the businessman heard enough of the other finance guys, aka Hush Puppy's accomplices, he said yes to the offer. The businessman gave Hush Puppy the $1.1 million, who proceeded to launder the money by handing it off to several other associates. However, greed got the better of him. He sent Vincent some money, but not everything they agreed on. Upset, Vincent called the Qatari businessman and sang like a bird, telling him all about the scam. Hush Puppy was
Yo, someone pay the mission.
and ordered the Nigerian police on his payroll to capture Vincent and keep him behind bars. He wired money into Abba's account, and the chief took care of the rest. Vincent spent a month in prison, even though nobody ever filed any charges. Instead, Hush Puppy kept paying the cops to keep the door locked. Hush Puppy's real name is Ramon Abbas. Despite being in jail for several major criminal charges, he still has a massive online following. His many followers are treated to hundreds of selfies of Hush Puppy standing in the most lavish and expensive looking locations with exotic sports cars, private jets, and fine art perfectly placed in the background. Through his Instagram, Hush Puppy created a persona that embodied the flex culture. Every single one of Hush Puppy's posts, including shot by an Austrian photographer, shows off his wealth in one way or another. Flex culture hasn't been around forever, and it'll forever be around. Plenty of people can't help but want to see that they can afford expensive clothes or toys by posting them online and being seen in public. Hush Puppy went from being a shining example to a dedicated disciple of all things flex, a transition that ultimately led to his downfall. But how did Hush Puppy actually get famous? Where did he come from? In contrast to the wealth displayed on his Instagram, Hush Puppy grew up as a poor kid in Lagos, Nigeria, where he was born in 1982. We don't know much about Hush Puppy's childhood, except for the few times he mentioned it on Instagram, along with a few unreliable sources from Lagos. Hush Puppy usually describes his childhood as poverty-stricken, as do the neighbors who watched him grow up. His father drove a taxi, while his mother sold bread on the side of the busy road. Meanwhile, Hush Puppy, like little Ramon, earned money by selling second-hand clothes and bread like his mom. He also made some cash by washing parked cars on the street. According to the few records we have, Hush Puppy didn't obtain fame and fortune until his big move to Malaysia. According to him, he moved there to
Yo,
escape an
you
elaborate
see what I mean?
lifestyle.
A simple fake shot, yeah, I couldn't fake shot on this turn. So I'm not gonna stop doing that now. The fake shot and then trying to turn the opposite there. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you say it won't allow me to fake shot on this turn.
The media wanted to know too. Unlike titles like Dumb Virgin and Elon, Hush Puppy didn't have a corporate entity associated with his name. So a few media organizations started asking Hush Puppy for interviews. However, when journalists asked him how he earned his money, the flex culture
Look at this.
obsessed always gave the same vague answer: real estate development. However, there aren't any major real estate projects
Look
happening
at it,
in
yes, I'm
Nigeria.
dribbling the ball. Yeah, look at it like.
Lack of records,
So the last time she touched the ball was here.
she's great.
So look at it, she won't touch the ball again. So how am I supposed to go left or right? Look. How am I supposed to go left or right? Look, how am I supposed to go left or right? How am I supposed to go left or right? How am I supposed to go fucking left or right? How am I supposed to go left or right? How am I supposed to move away from it? Now look at this shit. Yeah? Fuck these guys, bro. They get me. I can talk all the shit you the white boys in the government want to talk about. You can't, man. The whole time here. No, yeah? One touch. Touch the ball again. Look, she won't touch the ball again. This one, no. Yeah. Last one. Yeah. Where is it? There it is, yeah. So, bang. Look, we won't touch the ball. We won't touch the ball. Won't touch the ball. Won't touch the ball. Yeah, and he just goes away with the ball like that. And this is unprofessional. Yeah, as he blatantly so. It's unprofessional. Blatantly. They're trying to scam me, and they're probably behind closed door telling people I'm the scammer. I don't care what anybody wants to say. You British white men are the scammers. Help. If I'm talking shit, then you got courts they can go get defamation lawsuit. Since you white boys in the police or wherever you come from aren't the scammers, then sue me for defamation. Yeah. Why don't Greater Manchester Police or the security sue me for defamation? Because you would lose. Because you would fucking lose. Because guess what? EA would foot the bill. EA simply would fit the bill. EA simply would foot the bill. I am broke as shit. Which scammer you see don't own some sort of fancy car, jewelry, clothes, or even go to fancy restaurants? I could never be a scammer. But like, fuck you, man. You man are the scammers. Eh? White people from Britain that work in the police or some government agency, the ones that keep coming into my house, they are the scammers. And all they can do is ignore because they lose. That's all they can do. They have to ignore. So they embarrass the country and force you man to be upset about that. And then try something, 'cause you still will lose anyway. Even if that team finds something on me, which they won't find shit on me, they'll still lose. Simple as that. They'll still lose. Whoever you people are, anybody come after me legally, that bill will go to you people. End of story. And after that bill goes to you, I'm coming after you legally again. So you'll be bankrupt by the end of this. I ain't got jack shit, man. They tell people that I'm a scammer and I'm this, I'm that. They're just spreading this one bag of rumors about me. And everybody now knows you man have to hide, innit? All them rumors you end up spreading, you're the one that turns out hiding. And people obviously realize it, that it's true, but you're gonna hide it, man. He is a part of the British scam as well. Yeah, I guess I can't say the American government. I can't say that. I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely a part of the scam. By doing this to the gameplay, them on Xbox are definitely scamming me because guess what? They're trying to guess what? They're telling me oh to buy pack, buy pack, buy pack. You can imagine if I was spending money that I don't have on pack. What if I was one of them people who go crazy and go and take out loans just to buy packs? I mean, fucked in it. That's so funny. Also, they try to force me out of Britain, yeah. That's why they're going around telling lies to people and stuff. That's what they're doing, going around telling lies to people, isolating me and forcing me out of Britain by making my life unhappy. So they can say, oh, he scammed Britain and ran off. Next minute, I find myself on Interpol. Because guess what? You leave the country now, they're going to say, oh, he left with the money. And they don't know where the money is, blah, blah, blah. This might be England, bro, but I'm calling it. Remember that? This might be England, pussy, I'm calling it. I'm afraid of nobody. Suck your mother. I don't care who you are, anything you get, like them I say in Jamaica. And I'm not giant church, you hear that? Exactly. Why they can't come up with this money that I'm scammed? I'd rather sound paranoid and delusion than not delusional that the human tell themselves outrageous lies. Man. I'd rather sound paranoid and delusional than allow that. Dickhead's white boy. And you wanna say, oh, he's racist for saying that? No, I'm not racist. This is England. Nothing happens here without human say so. Yeah, I guess if you try and it comes out, I'm gonna be right. So then, therefore, it can't be racism if you're right. It cannot be. It simply cannot be racism if you're right because this is England. It's common sense. The country is run by white people. It's not racist to say the obvious. It isn't racist to say the obvious. It is just the obvious. I've not made any money. I've not gotten any money from no one. They took away my chance to be a professional footballer. It's very least semi-pro. They took away my chance of doing that. They took away my chance of being a FIFA professional. They took away my chance of being a gaming professional. They took away my chance of getting a degree. They took away my chance of opening a business because of the things I've said online. Yeah, obviously they're gonna boycott me for saying these things. It's all a massive scam to fuck up people's life, innit? And that's why they have to hide because guess what? How are they going to clear your name? And nobody's gonna want to associate with you after the things I've said. Guess what? How am I going to make any money? You know what I mean? How are you gonna compensate that? Because how are you gonna say how much money someone could possibly make in this world? It's impossible to know what the future holds. So it's as simple as it. There's no way you can compensate it. It cannot be compensated. It's simple as that. Eh? How are you going to? I could have been professional, a professional football. I could have been running on the Premier League. You get me? Yeah. You never know. Nobody can say how far I could have went in life. Innit? So how are you going to compensate something that cannot be measured? I mean, I saw like our country is bankrupt because not because nobody has ever done it. I could have been a psychologist, doctor, engineer. I could have been a rocket scientist. I could have been a solicitor. I could have been a policeman, professional footballer, professional gamer. I could have done any fucking thing in this world. Or I could have done it all. How are you gonna compensate such a thing? Because who are you to dictate how much I would make or not make? So it says a lot to them. Speaks for itself. Yeah, it does speak volumes, innit? So this don't make sense. Eh? So I've got what 4 days left. Yeah? You only get 2 games on Maldini. 2 games on Maldini. 4 twos is what 8. Yeah, so I might as well not even waste my time and do this. Innit? Yeah. I get packs, so we get them 3. So I won't get the 10. I don't want to get 8. I need to assist 3 more goals or not. And then winter, is it winter one? Winter gift. I don't want lifetime disability. I want compensation at the value that it should be. I want all the money right now. I don't want disability, man. What do you do? The government says um, you're mentally ill, you're a fucking delusional schizophrenic. What are you gonna do? Not take that money? I'm trying to get a lawyer. I'm gonna take that money in the meantime. When the government ready, they can take it back out of my compensation package. There's nothing illegal about it. There is nothing as long as these doctors, yeah, as long as these doctors and government people stick to their story, their official story of me being mentally ill, because they can't provide evidence to back it up, yeah, they're ignoring the situation. I do not want lifetime compensation. I don't want nobody to say British people handed me out money and freely for some work I did for them. I never worked for them. I worked for McDonald's. I worked for DX. I worked for Converges. I worked for where else? I worked for Iceland Freezer. I worked also some point I worked in the comedy store for some Jamaican woman who said that she would pay me 30 quid for doing the job for her. She never give me money to this day, my £30. Where else did I work? I worked in some toy store in toy place in Stockport, yeah. So this little Asian guy had like this toy company in Stockport. I worked for some construction company in London that didn't want to pay me out. I think it's called sick pay. They robbed me somewhere. I can't remember how. I can't tell. I remember how now. Everywhere I turn, I've been robbed so badly by these people. I don't want no disability money. I want the compensation. It runs up into billions of dollars. And that's how they try to kill me. That's so funny. Suck your white boy. I want all the money. I want every fucking penny. So I can prove the things I do. You can't be a schizophrenic and do the things I do. The theories I come up with, you can't be mentally ill. And even if you are mentally ill of such, it can't be that bad. Schizophrenic is the worst disorder you can get. You know what I mean? You don't get no worse than schizophrenic. That's the worst case of mental illness in the illness genre. When you are a schizophrenic, that is crazy, dude. I mean, I know. I don't believe in schizophrenia. I think it's a lie.
The administrator named in the anonymous tip was Jamie Patron. Patron was the director of finance and administration for the Department of Emergency Medicine at Yale. If you scroll down
Oh, money, bitch.
she was the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. His posts show off the couple's expensive possessions. Patron's husband
And
was
Delta and all them try
particularly
getting money out of it because for they stay quiet and they get paid extra money in it. They stay quiet about what happened and then they get paid money in it because obviously cheaper than just paying me. Innit? It's cheaper to pay these little fools an extra £100 or £200 for nothing. You know what I mean, it's simple as that. It's cheaper to do it that way. Innit?
When Patron wasn't in one of her four expensive homes or driving her luxury cars, she walked around town in designer clothes. Her favorite brand, Louis Vuitton. Patron
Me, I don't own one piece of designer shirt, pants, shoes, or necklace. But the most expensive shoes I've ever bought, 40 quid. I've never bought the most expensive watch I've ever bought, 20 quid. But I don't know. I don't own nothing. But I am a pauper out here. But I don't own a house. I don't own a vehicle. I don't own nothing. I want my money, but I'm very hungry. I want my money.
inside what looks like a very nice kitchen. Her family, including Copy, thought Patron earned her fortune from an electronic side hustle called Massive Entertainment that grew beyond expectations. However, Patron never considered quitting her administration job at Yale, despite the business's success. No one knew Yale was her supplier. Not even Yale. Like any other 21st century university, Yale's campus needs computers to run. The school allowed certain employees to order things like computers, laptops, and tablets for whatever needs arose. However, they placed a $10,000 limit on IT equipment orders. If an administrator wanted to
All my money back, blood. All of it.
approval from a supervisor, but the limit didn't apply to how many orders you could file at one time. In theory, the limit was practical. In reality, it was utterly useless, and no Yale employee
All my money. All my money. All my money, bitch. I want all my money. All my money for sure.
The Yale administrator used her position to buy the latest trend in personal computers, the tablet. iPads were all the rage in the early 2010s and sold like rectangle-shaped hotcakes at retailers like Best Buy. Patron had already found a retail company in New York that needed more tablets. She then filed an order through the university for just under $10K worth of iPads and Microsoft Surface Pros and bought them with Yale's money. Since Patron was an administrator for the School of Medicine, she classified the order as necessary IT medical equipment. However, when the medical equipment arrived, Patron took the tablets home, then sold the shipment to the retailer on Long Island for a 100% profit. There was one catch. Patron needed to trick the retailer, who couldn't know that her products were coming from Yale. So, to look legit to a retailer in New York, Patron used her husband's company, Mason Entertainment, to receive payments. According to investigators, Patron wasn't satisfied with the one deal. She wanted more. So Patron kept ordering more IT equipment, making the same sub $10,000 orders over and over again. By 2014, Patron basically ran her own personal Best Buy. The school didn't suspect anything, nor did the retailer question their Connecticut supply. To them, they were buying hot products from a company called Mason Entertainment. At least, that's what their financial records said. In reality, they were buying iPads stolen from Yale, the alma mater of presidents and renowned medical professionals. Meanwhile, Mason Entertainment was doing well. Codrington founded the company in 2003, according to his LinkedIn page. Even though his wife and former business partner is currently on trial, Mason Entertainment is still going strong. Codrington still posts regularly on their Instagram page, but the company's best years by far were during the 8-year period from 2013 to 2021. Patron sold thousands of tablets over that 8-year period. By 2021, she had stolen around 40 million worth of tablets, all on Yale's dime. And as you already know, she made no effort to hide her illicit success. But because the sudden influx of wealth came in under the guise of Mason Entertainment, no one suspected anything. Codrington, the self-proclaimed CEO of Mason, is also a self-proclaimed hustler. His Instagram, which doubles as his business page, makes Codrington's priorities quite clear. His bio says his name is Jamisa, aka Coach C. He also refers to himself as an artist in every aspect and a football coach. Codrington then claims he's living that jet life, followed by 3 airplane emojis. The Instagram page at Mason Media has a feed filled with evidence of Codrington's clients, including gentlemen's clubs, bars, and models, some of whom pose in front of a white G-Wagon, allegedly bought with funds from Patron's tablet smuggling operation. In a way, Codrington and his business were a front for what was really going on. Though Codrington, as of April 2022, hasn't been charged with any crimes related to his wife's schemes, but he and Mason Entertainment still serve their own unique purpose, keeping the retail, their family, their friends, and most important of all, the police off their scent. Meanwhile, back at Yale, a few people noticed the high volume of orders coming from Patron's department. In June 2020, someone finally asked her why she was ordering so many iPads. When Yale officials asked her why, Patron explained away the issue. She said her department needed a significant equipment upgrade. The Yale officials, preoccupied with bigger pandemic problems, accepted the simple explanation and moved on. Their aloofness allowed Patron to continue her operation for 13 more months before the anonymous tip came in and brought the entire house down. The anonymous tipper has never been identified. They were likely someone from Patron's department or someone who worked close to her. They saw the abnormally frequent orders and allegedly saw time. The Yale auditors handed the information over to local authorities, and when the police saw Patron's order history, they knew something suspicious was going on. In 2021 alone, Patron ordered an absurd amount of equipment. Records show that on May 26, 2021, Patron told an employee
Oh, money, bitch.
for 100 Microsoft Surface Pros. Patron said the tablets were for a new study launching on Memorial Day weekend. Like the Yale officials, the employee didn't think much about it and divided a chunk of the massive order into 12 separate purchase orders for 8 tablets each. Each order was worth a little over $9,000, just enough to fly under the limits radar. The employee filed the rest in 4 other purchase orders for $4,500 each. When Patron got the shipment in, she turned around and sold the tablets for $71,000 to her buyer in Long Island. In addition to Patron's order history, investigators also found shady-looking bank statements on her account. Patron applied for a PayPal loan that year and used her smuggling capital as collateral. Investigators used the information from PayPal to obtain bank statements that displayed 4 months worth of lavish spending. The statements and order history were enough for authorities to
Oh, money, bitch.
in September. Prosecutors charged Patron with wire fraud, mail fraud, and money laundering. All combined, Patron faces a maximum sentence of 23 years behind bars. She
Need
pleaded
a
guilty
right.
to all charges and was released on $1 million bail by a judge in New Haven, Connecticut. Patron's plea agreement, the only reason she got out on bail, let her dry. She forfeited her $560,000 in cash, though the money had already been seized from Mazur's Entertainment's bank accounts, along with 6 of the many high-end cars she and Covington owned. As for Patron's 3 homes in Connecticut, she agreed to sell them and hand the proceeds over to Yale as restitution. Patron agreed to sell her Georgia home, listing it for $580,000. Besides Yale, some of these proceeds and seizures went to the government. Patron never reported any of her income to the IRS, which lost out on over $6 million in tax revenue. Patron cooperated while awaiting her sentencing from the New Haven courts. No one's sure how many years she'll get, though one law expert doesn't think Patron will get the max sentence. The expert, ironically, is from Yale. Kate Stick, a leading professor at Yale Law School, still thinks Patron will receive a relatively long prison sentence due to the massive amount of money she stole. Stiff bases her opinion on years of experience as a federal prosecutor in Manhattan. Nevertheless, since Patron doesn't have a prior criminal offense, Professor Stiff doesn't think she'll get 23 years. Regardless of Patron's sentencing, both Yale and the government will probably never get all their money back. Since Patron spent some of her illicit gains on travel, food, and fashion items that immediately depreciate in value after you buy them, there wasn't much money left to return. Now, the university can only look back and ask the all-important question: where were Yale's accountants from 2013 to 2021? A spokeswoman for Yale responded by announcing an investigation into their accounting department to identify and correct gaps in its internal finance controls. We know how Patron stole 8 figures from one of the most prestigious universities in America. Perhaps one day we'll learn how it took them 8 years to know. Click to watch one of these next videos and let us know in the comment section whether or not you think going to college is worth the money today.
Like all the money back me. I mean, I'm playing loss of earning, loss of potential. It's going to be just like the social service can what is it called? What is social service to people? They take your kids for potential future neglect and abuse. If the social service can do that, then I can sue for potential loss of earnings, even though I didn't have the job. Potential loss of earnings. It's the same thing the social does. Same exact thing. So I'm assuming you man for potential loss of earnings. And nobody can say what could have become without all of this. It is impossible to decide and judge that.
Checks for the day began bouncing. David always seemed to have an excuse at the ready, but Sharon and David were men of it. They mentioned they went to
I can't win this, but everyone knows that you're human are hiding. We all know human wouldn't be hiding if if something went wrong. We all know that. You'd have been kicking off this door bright and early, but put him on face all over the British news, the well-respected news channel called BBC. I mean, my face would be all over the place with it. Couldn't go anywhere without paparazzi being on my case. saying that I am Robin Britain.
and charged with attempting
Shit bug.
12 years in prison. All told, his victims only got back about $3 million of the over $10 million that he took, leaving them collectively $7 million now. Number one, mom scam. Brazilian Sabine Cole Medici was arrested for scamming her own mother out of somewhere around 724 million real, the equivalent of just over $142 million. She ran the scam for 2 years and managed to get money, valuable paintings, and other goods out of the deal. Sabine didn't act alone. Diana Rosa, Aparecida, Stanesco Bubatek, and Slavko Bubatek, along with four other unnamed parties, were also brought in as part of the scam, according to official records. Together, they started out by simply tricking Sabine's 82-year-old mom, Genevieve Felici, into selling her valuables. Before too long, though, things started to escalate. They continued pressuring the woman to bring more money and valuables home. Eventually, the operation took a sinister turn before she finally had enough to come to the cops. Genevieve endured being physically threatened, intimidated, and even isolated by her own daughter. The scam began when Sabine set her sight on Priscilla Joe Amaral's celebrated painting, Sol Poente. Genevieve's late husband, Jean Felici, was an art collector and left her a great deal of valuable art when he passed away. Sol Poente and two other pieces by the same artist fell into the hands of Sabine and her associates worth around 700 million real together. Sol Poente, in particular, had even had a stint in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Priscilla Joe Amaral is thought of by some as the mother of Brazilian modern art, having produced seven widely hailed works of art around the 1920s. Three of these, all original,
Look at this
were
shit,
built
though.
by Jean Medici and later taken by Sabine and her crew. The other two paintings were Osoto and Montenegro, and the three together formed the bulk of the gain from the scam. Sabine wouldn't have been able to pull this off on her own. Her step in the scam was to bring associates on board who would fill key roles in throwing Genevieve off guard. She
Now
combined
look at
two
this, yeah.
tactics. The first so-called
I tell you, these guys are scammers, bro. That's why they're ignoring. It's not ignoring it. They have the right to remain silent. They have the right to not incriminate themselves. Look at this shit, man. That's crazy. Look at his legs, but like, his brother on stage are ignoring it. They don't want to incriminate themselves. There's too much evidence against him anyway. It's not like they need to say anything. They're still guilty. Look at his legs, yeah? Yeah, so the ball went through his foot. Now look at his legs. So his legs, he's turned into a fucking mermaid, man. Now look at his legs. Yeah? Then look at this. So through the boots. Yeah? And then wash it through the foot again. You man are the scammers. Look at this guy, man. This guy turned into a mermaid in the picture. So it came, that's what, imagine playing world class legendary and things like that happen.
As for recovering the paintings, many were found in the homes of suspects during raids. Others have made their way to brokers and galleries. Of the 16 confirmed missing, 11 are officially back in the hands of their rightful owners. Click to watch one of these next videos. Let us know in the comments section what you would pick. Be 25 with zero net worth knowing what you know today, or would you rather be 65 with $30 million net worth?
I'd rather be 65 with $30 million. Look at the nonsense is that. I'd rather be 65 with $35 million. That don't make sense what he's asking. Watch this thing here and it says, it asks these weird questions at the end of it. Like, would you rather be 16 years old knowing what you know today? Or would you rather be older with 10 million or more? Obviously, I'd rather be older with 10 million. And there's no guarantee what you know you would live to see 65 anyway. So you could know all of this now at 16 and die in your 17th birthday. At least you're sure you made it to 65 with that 10 billion. That's too easy. That's not even a question we're asking me. Yeah, where those. You cannot be serious. Yeah, that's a stupid question, isn't it? If you be 16 with all the knowledge you have now, or whatever age you are, and die the very next day, at least you got to 65. You're sure we're getting to 65, isn't it? I'm sure we're at 10 million. That's not even a question that makes sense. I can see that they haven't played with me and would have been. I tell you, these guys are not. They're not ignoring it. They're just been caught. I mean, they're just being caught. They ain't ignoring shit. They're trying to act like they're big man. They're over ignoring you. No, you're just being caught, fool. It's not. No, fuck you. No, wait a minute. All that shit, like. Can you believe what I just seen? The fuck is that? My kids, if you're nice. If you're nice, I'm nicer. Just believe you were nice, I'm nicer. Yeah, how many games have got left now? What's up? 14 games. Okay, 14 games. That's so shit. How good. You see what I'm seeing here? So it says claim reward, yeah? So it says claim reward, yeah? 83 times 10. What's that, level 22? 850 need 1,850, 3,850. And then it comes to claim reward here again. Look, so claim reward here. It says level 22, 23, 20, dot, dot. Alright, yeah, I was seeing things. I was seeing shit. Wait, what? 26. What am I seeing? What am I seeing? I'm not sure what I'm seeing. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely confused. So 23, 24, 25, yeah, RT, yeah? And then if I press the next one where it says, so I'm going to claim that one, okay? So he claimed it there, so skip to this one. Alright, so the rainbow, it's just a rainbow at the end. There it is, yeah. I'm thinking, what am I seeing? I was so confused because it's just a rainbow one on the next page. Yeah. Oh, what am I seeing there, man? That's a good one. I did the calendar, this shit. Then very active, complete alphabet calendar, 15 days or not. 15 days, Christmas it goes up to Dynasty, so done. Right, all that's basically done after that, and then season, I can take that tomorrow. So I need buy 2 pairs, moments, complete the objective tomorrow. And then this one, I need that snowflake shit. I got 15 days on that. And then that, okay. Squad battles master, rare players for. So squad battles, I should get up to about 200 games in squad battles. Yeah, I should definitely finish this by the end of this month. Still a bit away from that. Champions, Jumbo Rare, Co-op. Not played one of them co-op games. Ultimate Team Friendly, Draft, Finishing, Free Kick, Power Shot, that. I got 3 more to do to get that one. Ugh, 11 days. I'm only at 17, but fuck yeah. That is going to be a task anyhow. So Alan, that. Okay. Okay, 75. Let's put that again. Alright. What was number? Manchester United left back. Awesome. Where she is. Oh, God. I probably shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Probably shouldn't be putting him in the advent card. I think it's this. Who's this guy? Some girl. I have no idea who Buchanan is. Right, so all the men should be tradable. So indica taker. Radioactive. Ugh. God. Okay, I'm getting all of these. Gotta be honest with you. Yeah, not gonna be. Może get może. No, tam wszystko. Taki Junior. And then Shit, this got upgraded. It was an 83, man. It's the shit up. Just gonna do. Oh, bullshit for this shit up. I can play that another year. So in the icon pack, what is this? Is this stones? No. In the icon pack, I'm not getting a Centaurion's icon. I'm getting a base icon. Either a duplicate French or either duplicate Blanc or Petit. No Zidane, no anybody that, no Vieira, no nothing like that. Definitely not getting a Centaurians. Definitely getting a base, one of them base 87s. No Portuguese. No, who else you got? No Portuguese, no Brazilian. As in, Eusebio Portuguese, you get me? No Patrick Vieira, definitely no Brazilian at all. No Patrick Vieira, no Zidane. I don't really care about Henri's car like that. But no Henri. So none of the good French ones them that you really want. But end up with some keeper, 100% a base icon. Max 80, Max 80, 89, 90, Max 89, 90. Yeah, base icon, Max 90. Something like Haji or one of them mad nations. Nothing good. So I'm gonna have a drink of water while this goes on. And yeah, nothing good, no good ones. So I'm gonna have a drink of water. So no French, no Brazilian, base icon, definitely not Centaurians. And some rubbish that nobody wants. Because this is England. And I'm in the kitchen. I know I'm right. And it's not because I'm psychic, it's because I know that they're doing it to the game on purpose. There you go. Yeah. Bare minimum, man. Literally, like a bare minimum car. It's a fucking, what do you call it? Base Hero or Centaurian, like 87 plus. What did they give me? A fucking 87 base hero, bare minimum plus. Yeah, totally. That's funny. I'm not psychic, it's just because I know that they're doing it. Base, base, but I literally got the bare minimum. Yeah, I mean, oh, you did the pack well. We have to give you something. So guess what? Well, I'll give you the worst fucking thing you can get. I think it's like a base icon. Out of all that you could get out of that, I got an 87 base icon. So it's a base slash Centaurians. Minimum rating 87. I got the base. I got the minimum rating. And it's not because I'm psychic, it's because they're doing it to the game on purpose. I've just took notice for such a long time I can pretty much guess it. The guy would have you believe I'm some psychic phenomenon. I'm not. They're just being caught. It's plain as that. Because if they're going around saying that they aren't doing nothing, he's just somehow guessing this, then that's a problem for me. If they're actually going around and say they're not doing this, it's a lie, it's I'm making up stories. But then people should ask, well, how is he guessing it then? Oh, you see in the future? No, I'm fucking not. I'm certainly I'm not. And if I thought I was, I wouldn't have said anything. I would have gone out there and picked the right lot of numbers. Yeah. So I don't think they expected to be caught and like that. I think the last thing they expected was to be caught in this way where somebody is guessing what they're going to get over and over and over and over. If I go through all of my promo cards, let's go to my club. evolutions. Now let's just go squad there. So SBC, what was the objective? SBC, best card I packed all year. That's the most expensive card I packed. SBC, SBC, SBC. Can't remember what that was. That was I road to the finals on them slash pack. I got that out of a pack. Objective. We got that today. Pack that. Bought that. Pack that. Icon. Icon. Look at my icons, bro. I mean, highest rated icon pack. I think I got Alan Shearer as well. Yeah, so these are all my icons. These one, two, three, um, that obviously whatever high rated, but nobody really uses him. Bernardo Silva, obviously, what's it called? Whatever that green thing is called. Packed him when he was at 87. Packed him. Packed him. So 3 star, 4 star. Nobody uses him. Did a job by 89, Alan Shearer. So you can see that there's a couple in the game. Nobody really uses her. Nobody really uses him. Objective, packed him. SBC, she was SBC as well. SBC, packed him, packed him, packed him. I think that was an objective, packed him, packed him. SBC, 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 packed him, packed him. Objective, packed him. SBC, SBC, packed him, packed him. Packed or something, whatever that shit is called, I can't remember. All these are the same, that thing where you build the players up. Just pack that shit, packed it. Yeah, that green one. SBC, no objective, objective. I think I packed him, or him. Objective, packed him, objective, packed here, objective. Level there up, packed him, objective, SBC. So you can get the theme here, innit? You can basically get the theme. These are all the promos that I've gone. I look at, yeah, nothing in the promo section has been 90 rated and above. No, I've not had one 90 rated promo, yeah, not one. Every promo has a ceiling on it, yeah. This got upgraded to 89. This got upgraded. Highest rated promo card I've packed. The Heroes, highest rated. Two highest rated. Drogba is pretty good, but you know what I mean. So the highest rated promo card I've packed has been a hero, and that's an 89 rated. What's it called? Viagra. The drug thing going on here, but I'm spending my money for nothing on this. Be a fool. And if I never recorded, who the fuck would believe me? You know? If I never recorded this, who would believe me? You know? Nobody would. They're just thinking, making up stories. I mean, who would believe it? Who would believe it? You would believe somebody if they said this was going on. Nobody would believe it. That's why it's necessary to have proof. Nobody would believe that, but it's clear as day, innit? Look at all them players, bro. I didn't get one, man. I got Messi twice. I got Holland. That's about it. Yeah, I got Messi twice. I got Holland. As gold cards, yeah. Not packed, so I packed the Griezmann at the start as well. I told you, EA, this, what's it called? What the hell is it called now? I don't remember what they call this thing, evolution thing. EA controls this evolution thing because 85 rated go up to 89. Is EA gonna let you go higher than 89? I don't think so. No. I'm literally going through everything in the database. Literally going through everything in the database to see what is eligible. Because if a 85 goes to 89, a 88 would go to 92. So they definitely ain't gonna let any of these 88 go. 86 goes to 90. There must be at least one 86 that can be decent. Look at all these promo cards, bro. I've not got one of them, but not one. Oh, wow, look at all of them. It's a joke, bro. I can imagine this was going on for years and I never paid it any mind, but being scammed there, man. Imagine walking into a casino, yeah? And the game, basically, they took out the jackpot thing out of the machine. So basically, nobody gets the jackpot. It's basically what's going on there. And thinking about it, that probably does happen, innit? They rig the machine so nobody ever hits the jackpot. So these men doing is fucking up all of society's scams. You men are going to be heavily blamed for all of this. I don't know, 87 would go up to a 92, you know, a 91. Yeah, full rating to the 87 would go up to a 91. So we can rule the 87s out. I'm not gonna let it go up to 91 with this. The control the objectives, the whole evolution thing. It kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it was kind of false advertisement. Oh, I literally went through the whole fucking thing. That Barcelona 85 that I've got, she went up at 89, which was slow. So you can see nothing. It doesn't give you an overall. No, there's no overall. But everything over 85 basically is ineligible. I think they're so clever, you know. Like, these guys really do think they're smart. The requirements basically puts a overall on it anyway. You get me? I like these men secret, but criminal. I think they're so smart. No, literally, I've gone through the whole fucking game database with that. The whole thing. The whole thing. Not even Tony Cross fits in there, but that's mad, isn't it? Look, gone through the whole thing, but there also another Barca player that fits it. So that Barca girl. So Barca, two Barca players. So funny enough, two Barca women at 85 fits it. So he's EA trying to get people, force people to do the Barca girls. Right, okay, so he fits it as well. And what did I do? I got rid of him. He probably would be good in it at 89. Yeah. He probably would be good in. So got rid of him. So only 385 can fit in the centre mid Barcelona, centre midfielder Barcelona, right midfield Barcelona, on that season card, season objective card, 85. And most people are stuck him in the SBC. These guys are crafty, but I can't trust them. They feel like they won't be able to trust you, man, ever for nothing. But I think this man they didn't put an overall on it. Oh yeah, no overall. But basically, everybody over 85 is ineligible anyway. So that buy one get one free. So for it, yeah, dodgy man. 84 now. And I've only found three players that are basically eligible. Unless players are missing from my database. So Fishwick again, she goes up to 88. So only three girls fit it. Only three. Does this another Barcelona girl fit it as well? Klaus is also a team of the week. I got his 87 anyway. So what's that? Three girls fitted, Klaus and that Nigerian guy. So that everybody who did that, what's it called from Manchester United? Um Garnacho, everybody who did Garnacho probably fit this one. Nobody's ever gonna use shit. I'll tell you shit, man. You would only go up to like 87. Majority of them don't fit. It's fine, that's not his point. Dirty, so dirty. So wrong, get it. The restrictions, he ain't moving at the British government, but heavy restrictions again. 85. Another girl again. And she only goes up to 87. Another Barcelona girl again. Heavily Barcelona. Another female again. So they're trying to get you people to do the females. Another female again. Basically, they want you to do a girl, don't they? That thing on the left looks like a broken stoplight. I mean, this one. You know them little computer, it's got the little green and red things just flashing all the time. That's what it looks like on the left. Anyway, I don't got no interest in them cars. That's enough of that. So this goes up to the left, but I'm not even 100, so I'm doing that. That's rubbish as well. Nope, nope. And then midfield maestro. I haven't got any car that fits that. Max overall 85. Max overall 85. Not there. Perform. Why is this girl having what's that kid called? Gomez. What's he got? Andre Gomez from Liverpool. Like, look at that card, bro. What's this about? Who's doing that? Like, who's done that? So another girl again. So all these ones designed for you to be the female card. It's all controlled anyway. It's not allowing you to do as you please. What we got Gino? How much was Gino we got? Gino is already gone up to that. So Gino we already went up to that one. He would go up to an 88. He's a what now? He's an 87 now. We go up to an 88. 4 star, 4 star. So yeah, should I delete that Janabi and do him over again? Yeah, that's a girl from Juventus. Whatever, yeah, whatever, man. So I could just delete my 87 Janabi and put it into an 88. Okay, big difference, you know. Well, what these guys. So I'm for a regular player. I can't believe I just got scammed out of the icon, but I'm lying. I do believe that I did get scammed. Not a special laser. Who's this? Run. I think that's it for me for tonight. Definitely ain't doing that basically.